Cool.
Are
Yep.
we live streaming?
We are now.
Cool. Okay, we'll get underway. Kia ora koutou katoa, no mai ki tēnei hui. We'll start with karakia, and I'll say that now. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atākura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Welcome everybody to today's Pūroro Rangaranga Social, Cultural and Economic Committee meeting. So please note that the meeting is being live streamed, and probably easiest to let myself or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. So just make sure if you want to speak that you use the raise hand function. We know how to do that pretty well now. We'll take a short break at 10:30 and then we'll see how we're going with regards to lunch. If it looks like we're going to go on for a bit more, if we're not as far through as we'd like to be, then we might have a slight longer break for lunch, but we'll just sort of judge as we're going. Hopefully we can be as efficient as we can with our time. So just move through the bits of the meeting to get on to our public participation. So I would now like to call for any apologies. Do we have any apologies for this meeting? Mayor Foster.
Just for early departure as previously notified.
Cool, thank you. And Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I might need to dip away for about half an hour at 1 p.m. if we're still going then.
Okay, thank you. So short absence in the meeting. So I move the motion that the committee accept the apologies from Mayor Foster and Councillor O'Neill. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Young. So now I put the motion which has been moved and seconded, and please vote accordingly.
Just waiting for a vote from Mayor Foster and from Liz. Oh, we've got one from Mayor Foster now, just Liz. Possibly she's stepped away from the computer, so otherwise that's unanimous.
I think we'll say that that's carried. Okay, so we'll move on to the next bit. So I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest that they may have in relation to the items on the agenda. Can't see any hands going up. Great. Okay, we'll move on. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that the Pūroro Rangaranga Committee approves the minutes of the meeting held on the 2nd of September 2021, having been circulated and may be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. So now please vote accordingly.
That's unanimous.
Fantastic, so that's carried. All right, we'll now move on to public participation as there are no items not on the agenda. So we will begin that now. We have nearly an hour's worth of public participation, and then we'll move on to our question and answers for the papers. So I'd like to begin by welcoming Mary Hobbs and Ron Oliver from the Wellington Housing Action Coalition. So nau mai haere mai, welcome Mary and Ron. So we'll hand over to you. So you have 10 minutes, and if there's any time in that 10 minutes, there might be some questions. So we just need to get you to unmute, and then you can take it away. Kia ora. Have you got, can we hear you, Mary? You can start now.
Thank you. I was just wondering who would go first. I'm going to talk about community housing program. It's not a good idea, as there will be no benefit to the present tenants unless there's a legal change. In fact, they might end up homeless as the rents increase. The accommodation supplements will cut out at some stage. The best option would be for the government to allow income-related rent. I don't think Megan Woods quite understands exactly what's involved. She did say that the council tenants were fully housed. Yes, they might be, but the but they're paying too much rent for their income. I'm trying to find my notes on my rent. Tenants actually can't be transferred to Housing New Zealand, although there have been a few cases where they have been transferred when there has been violence. And 1 or 2 people have been transferred when there was a rather awkward situation where they were going to get evicted. I had been involved with that particular tenant, so I was rather surprised when I saw him end up in Dixon Street. Government assistance would allow the council to charge an amount of rent whereby they could be able to make a slight profit. I've been doing what I could. I work between the council and the government, but I don't think we're getting very far. I think there could be another financial system of trying to work the council rents so that they make a profit out of it. I can't really see how they got so far into debt. Right, that's mostly what I have to say, but if there are some questions, I might be able to give some more information.
And we do have one question for you, Mary.
Do you want me to finish our side first, or do you want to ask them both together?
I'm happy for you to go first, Warwick, and then we'll do questions after that. Thank you.
Thanks. Kia ora koutou. Thanks for the opportunity for us to talk. So I wanted to have a big vision for the council housing, to think back to what the council, how the council would have seen housing in the 50s, or even as far back as the 20s, where they felt that there was a responsibility to see all their citizens adequately housed. And it wasn't just about, oh, we're the houser of, or the housing provider of the last resort, or we are basically looking after the poorest of the poor and no one else. But a vision, an inclusive vision, where not only will you have people who are not going to be housed anywhere else, but people who will be of different income groups. The council has had a private-public partnership with providing houses to essential and low-income workers. That should be council housing. Council housing should be all-inclusive with income-related rents, and it should provide housing for a wide range of people. Obviously, the neediest first, but also for other people. This should be assisted. The government should provide some funding, and in fact, we should ask the government to go outside the ring fencing, because the ring fencing might have been designed to protect the ratepayer, but it might also have meant that the money, that the cash that came from council housing into the general council coffers over the many decades was no longer available to go into expanding council housing. And I think these are arguments you could take to the government. What we would like to know is what we can do in supporting the council to do this. What sort of support can we, as the Wellington Housing Action Coalition, albeit a small group, do to help you get some money from the government to develop housing, city housing further? Thank you.
Kia ora, Warwick. Thank you for that. So we will go to our questions quickly. So we've got one from Councillor Pennant and Councillor Fitzsimons. Councillor Pennant.
Oh, thank you. Kia ora, Warwick and Mary. Thank you, as always, for your long-term advocacy on housing. So just a question for both of you. I presume that you believe that council rather than a CHP should control council.
Absolutely.
And that all other public services should be held by council, including water.
Yes.
And thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks, Mary and Warwick. I agree with everything you've said, and I just want to ask a question, Warwick, picking up on something you said. Would you support the council building more housing all over the city
Yes.
in a way that delivers social, affordable and market housing, and basically sets up city housing to internally cross-subsidise itself, along with maybe partnerships with other governments?
Yeah, because I don't actually agree with dividing up. What I agree with is inclusive communities. So you come in here, there might be a couple earning 80,000 between them, which is not a lot. They could be 2 supermarket workers. So you charge them 25% rent, $400 a week for their 2-bedroom flat. And then you've got a pensioner on $300 a week. So you charge them $75 a week. So you got a wide range of people who can afford their rent no matter what income they're on. And then you have a community that is a community rather than a ghetto.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Warwick and Mary, and agree with the comments you made about inclusivity, etc. And yeah, we will talk about how you can help to make the case. I think there's definitely a role to play there. But my question was, Mary, you said that if you are a council social housing tenant and you're finding it hard to afford the rentals, and we know that rentals are a struggle because they're way above 25% for most people, above 35% for most people. Does that mean you are essentially prohibited from being able to go and find a more affordable option with Kāinga Ora? In other words, they won't look at you at all.
Well, basically, yes, because it's, people can't actually move from council into Housing New Zealand.
Which means effectively you're trapped.
I beg your pardon?
Effectively, that means you're trapped.
It means you're trapped unless you have something like violence in your in your housing.
Yeah, which obviously is not a great way to have to get
No,
out
it's
people.
not.
Okay, no, look, appreciate that. Thank you for that clarity.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. So tēnā
Thank you.
koroa. Appreciate you taking the time to come and kōrero with us today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Ka kite. So Ariana has sent her apologies. She can't make it along today, but we will move on now to Leah Lupala, who is going to speak to us today. Kia ora, Leah. You there? Kia ora, Leah. So you've got 5 minutes, and if there is any time left, there might be some questions, but we'll hand over to you now.
All right. My name is Leah Lupala. I'm a mother of 2 sons. I live in Te Araho Flats with my youngest son. I'm a creator and producer of an access radio show called The Black House on Wellington Access Radio, where we centre and focus is African New Zealanders and the broader Black diaspora experience in New Zealand, and it's all on our terms. I helped run the food bank at Te Araho Flats for a couple of years, and I also live with physical and mental health disabilities, which I'm learning to advocate for myself. I've worked with women's centres in the 80s and Māori women's centre activities in New Plymouth. And these days I'm a volunteer advocate. I was in the African community. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology and Sociology, and I completed it as a single parent with 1 child at high school and 1 in primary and part-time casual employment. But when I completed my degree, there were no career paths for me. So I moved to Australia and ended up working in mining and construction for a time. I've been in council housing in the late 90s to the mid 2000s, right before I left. And again, when I came back after 2015, I've been homeless and rough sleeping twice in my life. First time as a teenager, escaping an abusive welfare home in the 80s, and again on our return to New Zealand in 2015. We had to couch surf till we found somewhere to live, and that was for about 3 months after arrival. When I returned, I was shocked and appalled at the indifference to the rough sleeping homeless people in and around Wellington. I didn't understand at first what had happened. I was very well aware of the 2008 crash, but I was in Australia when that happened. And I felt that Wellington had lost its soul. Without IRS or better wages or accommodation supplement enough to support the explosion in house valuations in areas where Wellington City Council is, Wellington City Council will become a feeder to the problem of unaffordable housing due to the surrounding impacts and cost of living. CHIPS can be just a board of trustees or appointed landlords. There is little or no accountability in that model. Policies can change and housing can be sold off without us even having a say. I've seen examples of huge fails in Australia, for example, Redfern the Block. IRRS means the council is accountable to us tenants and the wider community where we are, which we are a part of. The IRRS works and is a way to solve financial issues of the council's housing and the council's housing tenants. Wellington City Council is catching people that would otherwise be in Kāinga Ora if enough housing was available. Kāinga Ora housing is not available, so the only other option is Wellington City Council. The government needs to introduce the IRRS for tenants urgently, and the council needs to state this as a preference. We've voted you in to look after our city's needs, and this is one of our city's needs. And then bloating of our rents because of the private house down the street increases in cost is the opposite of affordable housing. The cost of power is going up, the cost of living is going up, and on top of that, our rents are going up. It's getting tougher and tougher to make ends meet. Having to scrounge for food is not dignified. It does not boost your self-esteem. It feeds into mental health issues in the city. This last September, our rent up by $30, the biggest jump so far. And what happens next year? 60, 100? When I first heard about IRS, it was about 2017. We'd assumed I assumed we already had IRS. I didn't read the small print. So when I realized that meant that we were in Wellington City Council because there's no Kāinga Ora housing available, I realized it made no sense. We deserve the same dignity as Kāinga Ora. I'm also African and Kiwi heritage, and I don't have familial contact that is supported on my Kiwi side. Here in New Zealand, my father was deported in the 60s, and he was a SCAP scholar and one of the first Africans to come out to New Zealand on this program. I was left with nobody that I could turn to, and many African people don't have those extended family networks here. We've supported and advocated for I've supported and advocated for several African men who have found how racist the private sector rental situation is. They were quite okay when trying to find housing when attending viewings with a white partner. However, on their own, looking for housing, the dynamic was shifted and working the system very difficult. There was constant expressions with racial undertones, attitudes, looks, microaggressions. Looking for a house is a human right. It should not be a competition. Whether the council wants to acknowledge it or not, Kāinga Ora and Wellington City Council, for many people of colour, is the only option. Landlords have said to me that the private sector rental market is racist. Without housing, there is no way to secure, I've got like 2 sentences, can I finish?
You got it.
Okay. Without housing, there's no way to feel secure in your life about much. The issues of unaffordable rent run deep. Parents work longer hours away from their families because that's the only way to keep a roof over their head. Then you start seeing kids raising kids, or they have to find a hustle to make ends meet. I don't know what I'm going to do in the next 10 years. I have health issues. I have to advocate with public health systems for myself just to get support. I'm 55 years old and wondering, how do you get out of poverty in New Zealand when the system is stacked against you? The government can choose not to further compound these social issues by reinstating IRRS immediately for social housing. Wellington City Council needs to support this community on its preference and state this preference in their conversations with the Crown. Thank you.
Kia ora, Leah. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Very powerful. So I can see that you are all in the same room there, the other 2 participants, kia ora Marlon, kia ora Yared. So I'll pass over to you now, Yared, to do your submission. Thank you.
Kia ora, guys. My name is Yared. I am originally from Ethiopia, growing up in Wellington. I am a community leader and the African Youth Aotearoa chair at the moment. And I do involve with a lot of organizations like Red Cross and Changemakers. And I'm a wider community in most of the African communities. I'm just around here to support with our communities. And thank you for giving me this big opportunity to actually express my feeling and to talk about how my community is actually going through with rents and other housing issues that we have. We're just talking about the IRRS is the key for our community, and just seeing two type of families living in the same state housing, as one of them is Housing New Zealand and the other one is City Council, and they actually been paying with two different prices, and that put me in that category. A lot of our people's actually with working with minimum wage and not being able to afford the rent with the City Council they have at the moment, and increasing every year is what, $30-40, and some of them is more than $100. That's quite unacceptable for our people, and they're struggling to actually put food on the table. So that kind of the reality that we have, and getting the IRRS will be helpful and life-changing for the community to actually have a normal life like some of us do, and having like going out for holidays and like, you know, having food on the table for the kids and getting them different uniforms. And I grew up in City Council housing. I remember when I was young, I was year 9, and then my auntie bought me a uniform. That uniform was very long, and I asked her, "Why did you give me this? Is extra size for me?" And then she told me that, I can't afford it. So you might grow when you're 11 or you're 12. So you might grow. So that's gonna fit. So that struggle that put me, I understand on that situation. I was like, when I think about it, they don't have income to actually buy me uniform every year. So every time that I grow up, so that they can't change it. So when I was year 9, I was wearing extra large that can fit me at 7th form. So that kind of issues that we're dealing with our communities, and definitely we do have so having the chips, that's not gonna work for a lot of our people is because of the support that it doesn't give the community accountability, and things face a similar challenge they can do as a private market. So Leah talk about the racism. Racism is one of the issues that we have, and not getting the opportunity, not being accepted with other tenants, and it's choose and pick, and it's a preference, so they can go over it. So housing, so it won't be easy. It will be more harder for our people to actually get the chip, and the criteria might change, and the tendency that might not be secure or regarding to the chip. So it's really good that we actually the State Council Housing IRD to solve the housing issue financially, and as well as a good opportunity to share stories about that, like I shared the stories about how IRRS is very important to the communities. So actually give us more secure and nice and warm housing issues that we actually have. So council need to make clear to Minister of Housing, which is Megan Wood, that IRRS need to be implemented. The council need to back the community that they actually vote for you to be there. So that having the community behind you is kind of the key. That's what we actually here for. But yeah, thank you for listening. And this is the issues that we have. And then hopefully you can understand the situation that our community and refugee and migrant background communities, they're actually working with minimum wage, not being able to afford the housing situation at the moment. And some of us actually have the hidden costs. The hidden cost that coming to New Zealand it's a life-changing for us. But at the same time, we go back and think about the families that we have back in Africa. Yeah. So this hidden cost that we have, a lot of our people actually supports family members, including me. Like I have family member back in Africa, so we have the responsibility to actually support them. So that kind of the hidden agenda that we have. Yeah, so hopefully you can understand the situation and then make your own decision, which is the IRRS is the way to go. Thank you.
Kia ora, Yared. We do have just enough time. Mayor Foster would like to ask you a question. Over to you, Mayor Foster.
Look, thank you, Yared. My question's simple. I completely agree with what you're saying about the IRS. It's just you seem to indicate you had some fears around the way in which a chip might operate in terms of being a good landlord. a secure landlord, and interested in the tenants' welfare. Just wondered if you had any evidence as to or experience of CHIPS that actually gives you that that view. The one we've been looking at particularly has been Christchurch, where there are 3 councillors on the board and a whole lot of community organisations represented there. So,
we'll have Leah answer that one. She's got some. Yeah,
okay,
that's all right.
Sure.
I lived in Australia for 10 years. My last few months was in Sydney, and there was a CHIPS model for the block in Redfern, which was a community housing program that had promised a block for social housing for Aboriginal people that had been pushed out of there to, I think it was to redo the whole area, just rebuild. What happened was that
Go ahead.
that area was actually sold off to a corporation instead, resulting in multiple protests and whatnot. You can look that up online. It's all there. Just Redfern the block. Yeah.
Redfern the block.
Terrible
Okay. Look,
model.
thank you for that. And I'm sure we're not considering anything remotely like that.
So I can actually add on that one, and not having the chip is kind of like will be issue for our people there. We talk about the racism as one of the issue, is then being countable and secure. So as who are they gonna go and talk to? Like we're actually doing to you guys now is just having a chat face to face, even then it's a Zoom. But who is the accountability to actually for them to guarantee getting that everything will be right?
And the fact that like the private housing market, CHIPS is a private model, it's a private business model, isn't it?
Well, we'll get back to you on that one.
Okay.
Kia ora,
Thank you.
thank you. We will move on now to Marlon. So thank you, Marlon. You've got 5 minutes.
Cool. Kia ora. Kia ora koutou, and it's Fijian Language Week as well, so Bulawanaka. My name is Marlon Drake, and today I'm speaking here as an individual, as part of the community. I'm a community organiser here in Wellington. I've lived here for almost 6 years, and in that time I've organised and campaigned on a number of issues like transport, education, housing, sexual violence, city safety, mental health, and low wages. You name it, I've done some work there. That's why I know pretty much all of you are listening here today in some way. Recently, though, I've been working with Wellington City Council social housing tenants and the community leaders on the issue of rent costs in Wellington City Council social housing. And I can say with absolute truth, learning about this issue has hit me like no other. Because for every issue I just listed that I've worked on in the last 6 years, the high cost of rent and social housing has such an impact on tenants and the community that it plays a role in causing and compounding every single one of these issues. All the work that you as council do and all the change that our communities fight for is undermined by the skyrocketing cost of rent being passed on to tenants in social housing. People who are struggling to buy food, pay power, and live a decent life because of the cost of rent. And now the presentation of this paper has deeply concerned me and others in our community, as you've heard today, for 3 reasons. The first reason is that there is a perfectly good solution, the income-related rent subsidy, or IRS, which could solve this issue. A solution which is being offered to tenants in Kainga Order housing, which is in some cases right next door to council blocks. A solution which has been called for by tenants. A solution which is quite frankly glossed over in this paper. Which leads me to the second issue. This paper discusses CHIPS in depth as a way to resolve Wellington City Council's housing's financial sustainability issues. How can this paper even be up for discussion without even properly comparing it with the IRS when that is what tenants and the community are calling for? The IRS is the preferred option of tenants and is needed urgently to address the intense inequity being caused by the current market rate model in council housing. So why is it not being properly factored into the discussion around the future of social housing? It all comes down to the big third problem. Like this paper says, IRS discussions are being had with the Crown. This is an issue affecting 3,500 tenants, their neighbours, their communities, and all of Wellington. Simply put, where are the tenants' voices? Where are their neighbours' voices, their communities? This is a decision that needs to be made by the people who are impacted by it because their stories matter, their voices matter, and they matter. So we are organising, and over the last few weeks, we've been meeting faith leaders, community leaders, union leaders, and most importantly, of course, the tenants themselves. And we are calling on you as a council to back the communities that you represent, and you can do this in 2 ways. First of all, make clear to the Minister that your preference is for the IRS to be urgently extended to social housing tenants in your city. After this very meeting, you can call that office and let the Minister know. Second, allow council staff to properly and publicly factor in the IRS for any documents relating to social housing sustainability, and to ensure that tenants and the community's preferences are included in any recommendation made by council staff. Finally, as I said, we are organising on this and we'll be campaigning until a solution is found. On October 16th, 2 p.m. at St. Anne's in Newtown, we are holding our first community hui with tenants. You're all invited and you can come and hear the stories directly from the people. We'll be inviting Megan and Grant as well. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to take any questions. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora, Marlon. We do have one pātai from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you in that meeting room. You've made a very powerful presentation, and I think the word that strikes me is dignity. So look, this council has been championing income-related rents. I know since I've been on it since late 2016, we've moved resolutions, we've put recommendations through to local government New Zealand. You know, we've had housing portfolio councillors who have been directed to engage with government and around, but we've made no progress basically. And I'm just and I actually I commend you for doing your
sorry, Councillor Calvert, what you're saying is great, but can you get to your question?
Just let me finish. Can you just what else could we do? Because the things that you're calling on us to do, we've essentially done. So what haven't we got right?
I think the first most important thing is coming along to our meeting on October 16th, and we will have other opportunities as well for councillors to engage. And in those private discussions that are being had between whether it be the mayor and any other relevant councillor and the Minister of Housing, to say that this is the preference of, to make clear it's the preference of the tenants as well, not just the preference of council, but the preference of the tenants. And any further discussions that are being had with the Crown, there really needs to be an opportunity for tenants to directly engage with that minister, for the minister to hear directly from the people whose decision, who are going to be impacted by the decision being made. So any room that can be made by council in doing that would be a fantastic first step. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if we can just get straight to our questions, there we go. Councillor Rush.
He's on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry. You mentioned that you are involved in your group are trade union representatives, and I assume they have quite a good line in with the government. What have they been saying to the government, and what's been the response?
Good question. Thank you, Councillor Rush. The union will be doing their own submission later today, so I'll let them speak to that. But they've been very supportive because a lot of their members are impacted by this. For example, a lot of Wellington Hospital cleaners who've been taking care of us over the last couple of years living in social housing and are calling for this change as well.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you. O tēnā koutou. Thank you so much to you all for taking the time to come and kōrero with us. It's really important that we do hear from the community. So thank you very much. Well, yeah, look forward to catching up with you in a couple of weeks, I think it is. Thank you.
Thanks very much. It's Jam Day on the 16th, by the way.
We'll get a station set up there.
Okay, right. Now I'd like to welcome Kate. Tēnā koe, Kate. Thank you for coming in to kōrero with us. So you have, you've got 10 minutes. You're representing the Anglican Diocese of Wellington, and there quite likely will be some questions after you've shared with us. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, ko Kate Day aho. Yeah, and I work for Anglican Advocacy Wellington, which sits under the umbrella of the Anglican Church in our region. And my background on this issue is just following the developments over the last few years in terms of the proposed change to the rent structure and yeah, engaging with tenants about that process. I just want to start by saying that I really appreciate the long commitment of the Council to social housing, and particularly the work happening now by Councillor Fitzsimmons and officials to continue to make city housing sustainable. So just, yeah, thanks for all that work. Two families, both on the same income and both eligible for central government housing, both in housing provided by major social housing providers, and yet paying vastly different sums in rent. That is the situation that we have in Wellington at the moment. It is unfair, it is arguably discriminatory, it's resulting in great hardship, and it's completely unnecessary. The solution is for central government to step in and remedy this as a matter of urgency. And so, yeah, I'm here submitting today to ask councillors to tell Megan, Minister Woods, that the preference of the community is for central government to extend the IRRS to city housing. The minister needs to step up and end the discrimination against city housing tenants and address the urgent financial needs that they have. And that financial hardship is real and it is urgent. So tenants are paying upwards of 50% of their income on rent. A priest who's working in Granville and Rental Street flats told me that tenants there are getting by because of food provision from the Salvation Army in Kibosh, which is usually around $25 to $35 worth of food every week. He said without this, and in the case that they have any unexpected costs, they do not make ends meet. So their situation currently is really vulnerable, and it's really vulnerable to any further rent rises as well. As well as that vulnerability, tenants are dealing with real unfairness. So across the road from me right now in Newtown Park Flats, tenants in the same complex are paying different rent depending on whether their landlord is city housing or a CHP who's leasing part of the complex. So that's completely unfair on the ground, and it's unnecessary when the government has the resources to step in and the power to do so basically with a stroke of a pen. Shifting to a CHP is not the best way to solve this problem. That would take too long. It would take years of designing a new entity when the tenants need financial aid right now. And it's that huge cost to ratepayers to do that design and set up. When actually Wellington is a major provider with thousands of tenants. So the historical barriers that have led to local authorities being excluded from that IRS, they just need to get over that and take the path that makes the most sense, at least cost to taxpayers and ratepayers to address the financial needs that are very real. Setting up a CHP also has really significant risks that we lose the transparency and accountability of City Council as the housing provider. And there is the risk that it is seen as arm's length in the future from the core work of council, when actually council has the resources and the community has the desire for the council to be actively involved in social housing. There's also the risk that current tenants' needs might be overlooked. So in council, after the long and costly process of establishing a CHP, existing tenants were not given the access to the IRS, only incoming tenants. So that's a risk as well. And all of that cost and risk is unnecessary. The minister can simply end the discrimination against council tenants inherited from government and local government relations years and years ago by changing the law to extend the IRS. So for the sake of ratepayers and certainly for current tenants, my ask of council is to go back to Minister Woods, just like Marlon said, give her a phone call and say that the clear message from the community is that the IRRS being extended to city housing is the strong preference. That's all I'd like to share.
Kia ora, Kate. We do have a couple of partai for you. So first one from Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Kate, and thanks for all the work that you do. Just in terms of the, I think everybody is saying income-related rents. We all recognise the unfairness of the situation at the moment. The question is how we get to a solution. I guess all this paper is just asking us is can we have the CHIP as an option and continued council ownership as an option, and it's going to be up to the minister to decide how to deal with that. My question to you is, if a CHIP is formed and that is the way we have to go, isn't it better that we start today and get on with it rather than, or that even better, we would have started it years ago rather than we wait? And the second one is, if in terms of transparency, what would you say, for example, the Anglican Church was part of the governance arrangement? You know, that's the kind of model that Christchurch has got, for example. But I think the Methodist Church there is part of the governance model in terms of the transparency and ensuring that the right jobs are done.
On your first question, which was about why, starting the process of a CHIP now. I mean, I think that the council needs to go to the minister with a clear voice from the community that this is what the community wants in order to address the financial needs now and as soon as possible, and a chip doesn't do that. So sure, do what you want with that, but the message to the minister needs to be that this is the only way to solve the problem with the urgency required. As for the second question to the government's model of a potential chip, I think that's a future conversation. I can't speak to what role the Anglican Church might want to have.
Okay, cool.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, Kate, we have had lots of conversations. I haven't personally, but I know the Mayor has, and Councillor Fitzsimons and others. What more do you think we could do to actually directly present the Minister with the voices of the people? Would a public meeting be a good idea? I mean, what can we do? Because we have taken these messages before.
Yeah, so I think that is what has been missing, and I think so. Minister Woods will be invited along to the meeting on the 16th, and we'd warmly welcome her, and we'd love you to extend the invitation to her. And there will be more and more of those meetings. In order to just highlight the unnecessary nature of the current situation and how she has the power to end the discrimination, the resources to do so, and why that option makes the most sense.
Okay, so we'll get more information and we'll work together on that one.
Yeah, please invite her along. That would be great.
Well, kia ora, Kate. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us. We really appreciate your perspective and your invitation to participate in this process. Thank you. Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome David Cook, who is representing Urban Vision. So nau mai haere mai, David. So you've got 10 minutes and there will likely be questions, I imagine, within that time. Kia ora. I'll hand over to you.
Ko kaho. I'm speaking as a member of Urban Vision, representing the voices of our neighbours who are tenants of Wellington City Council social housing. Our Urban Vision's an Anglican order of Christians who decide to live in intentional communities within challenged neighbourhoods. So our family lives directly across the road from the 10-storey Newtown Park apartments. We do life with our neighbours and we get involved with community things like women's group, community meals, etc. So we hear their stories. So I'm here representing and channeling some voices of these neighbours who are very concerned about rental subsidies. These neighbours have stories to tell, but did not feel comfortable taking them to a forum like this. So we've transcribed some of these stories and I'm offering you today. I'll tell you the story told to us by a family of 5 living in a 3-bedroom apartment in Te Araho Apartments in Newtown. They are New Zealand citizens with 3 children, preschooler, and 1 at primary and 1 at intermediate. This is what the 12-year-old son says. We got a letter saying we need to pay $436 in rent. That's half of what my dad gets each week. Then he has to pay for food and bills and for things I need for sporting equipment and school uniforms. And it all adds up and we hardly have any money left. We like to go on holidays, but we can't afford to. Last time we went on holiday, we had to borrow money from the family. And this is what the mother says. I sold my gold for the holiday and borrowed some money from my brother-in-laws and others and used the children's savings too. Saving money is not possible. The housing issue is a mental health issue. We get tired. If you have issue with financial things, mentally you're not okay. And this is what the father says. I work full-time at a supermarket, and compared to market rentals, the council housing is cheaper, a little cheaper, but we'd be happier if we're in alignment with our friends. We have friends in Strathmore. They have 4 kids and rent a kainga house that has a big backyard and 3 bedrooms. They pay only 25% of their income on that rent. That's good for them, but it's a huge discouragement for us. Now, these are hardworking people and they make a vital contribution to our city, and they are community-minded. He acts as a Somali interpreter for those in need, and she is involved in running a local women's group. They're the kind of people we desperately need in our cities, and we need to support them and encourage them. But despite their goodwill, they're only just making ends meet, and they're not able to save anything for the children's future. It's time that we work on this with urgency. There are people who are really, really struggling, and they're the kind of people that we need in our cities for our infrastructure, for good communities, and it's time that we act on this with urgency. I think it's time for the councils and government to come together to make rents fair for our citizens. And we need to do what we can to make income-related rent subsidies available for our tenants as soon as possible. Thank you.
Kia ora, David. We do have one partai from Councillor O'Neill.
Tēnā koe, David. Nice to see you again. My question, my partai was around what have you heard from members in the community in terms of their opinions on the council's options for income-related rent subsidy? I know there's been quite a lot of different discussions in community lounges and other things like that. What's kind of been the ambition or the
meetings? And sorry, I missed that last piece.
What's been the korero and discussions with people in your community around the income-related rent subsidies, and do people, what are the initial thoughts and feelings about a SHIP model or IRRS?
We haven't had direct discussions about the chip model. I realise that's the thing on the agenda right now. I'm simply channeling some voices of people who think this needs to be dealt with urgency. But no, we haven't got into those complexities with neighbours.
Absolutely, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. So have you, I know there's a meeting in a couple of weeks. Have you heard whether the ministers will actually attend? Will your local MP be attending, Grant Robinson, a Minister of Finance who holds the dollars?
I don't know. I'm on a group of people who are and others. Is there anyone else in the room who is able to answer that?
I think that's probably something we can follow up at some other stage. Yeah,
I know there have been invitations. I just don't know who's accepted them. But yeah, we're trying to make it a space where the tenants can come and bring their voices. I think that's a really important voice to have in the room. It needs to be there. Absolutely. So that's what we offer.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, David, for coming to share with us. It's really important that we do hear experiences of our community. So thank you for sharing that with us today. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Rosie Ngākupu and Anaru Lyle from E2. So no mai, kia korua. And you have 10 minutes. I'm just trying to see if you're on the call. Sean, are they in the Zoom?
No, it doesn't look like it. Sorry.
They're on their way. They're supposed to be on at 10:30. Sorry.
No, that's all right. We've gone a bit faster because we didn't have Ariana presenting in the end. Do you think they'll be able to be here within a couple of minutes, or?
Yeah, he says he's jumping on now.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, how about we just have a little 2-minute turn off our camera and come back in 2 minutes. Kia ora.
I can see you, Sean.
It's not 2 minutes to have a korero, it's just 2 minutes to have some quiet. So
I was just gonna,
just want to show Sean that he's on camera.
Yeah. All right, kia ora, councillors. Can turn your cameras back on now. Kia ora, Anaru. Thank you for rushing your way in. Sorry, we're running a little bit ahead of time. It's not normally the way. And have you got Rosie coming along as well? Is she going to join in? Or?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to hear back from her, sorry.
Cool, that's all good. Give you
I'll just quickly ring her if that's okay.
Yep, all good. Kia ora. I'm just thinking, Anaru, if she needs a few more minutes, we could actually take our morning tea now and come back in 10 minutes, and that would give you time for her to get in. Would that help?
She's literally jumping on right now,
okay.
So
okay, copy.
It should only be a few seconds away.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's all good. We don't usually run ahead of time in public participation, so.
It's just coming on now.
Morena.
Morena, Rosie.
Oh, morena.
So, tēnā kōrua, Rosie, kōrua ko Anaru. Thank you very much for joining us this morning and rushing in. I was just saying before, Rosie, we're not usually running ahead of time in public participation, but it's one of those mornings. So thank you very much. So you both have 10 minutes to share your kōrero, and it's possible there could be some questions if you've got a little bit of time within that 10 minutes, but I'll pass over to you both now. Kia ora.
Cool, and I'll pass it over to Rosie to kick off.
Okay. Kia ora nā koutou katoa. Thank you for allowing me to come in and share my submission with you guys and get into the conversation. So my name is Rosalina Rakopu, and I'm a tenant of Te Araho. I've been a WCC tenant since 2008, and also an E2 delegate for the security teams based in Wellington. I was invited to put a submission through in representation of 43 working E2 members who are also affected by the rent increases. My concerns about the 70% market rate. Personally, this rate is way too high to be charging tenants, especially working tenants living in social housing. From my understanding, 70% market rate comes from the land value of the street you live on. So in other words, in my opinion, it works with what rate payers pay on my street. To get a better understanding, here is the amount that I pay, $320. After September 2021, I was informed that I would have to pay market rate at $520. Also, I remember that City Housing used to cap our rents to go no higher than $20 each year. Not sure what subsidy we were under when that cap came into effect. My understanding now, the cap has been removed. They threaten tenants with 70% market rates when they don't give over their payslips. I feel that is not necessary. Although I've given my payslips in August 2021, I still haven't heard from City Housing of my new rent. So I have decided to pay $350 weekly, so $30 increase anyway, just to keep my rent account in credit. City Housing used to offer a subsidy. I forgot what the percentage was. I think they discount at 40%. But to receive that, you must submit your bank statement showing that you are going through hardship. Some of the tenants feel that this breaches their own privacy, and many refuse to disclose their bank statements, and so rent is still increased. Also, banks don't send out bank statements anymore, and they want us to use online banking. But to get hard copies of bank accounts, it's at the cost of the tenant. For the last 3 years of security, I never accepted the living wage sites due to paying the market rate, but soon that may change. Now that my contract is permanent and I may go through another pay increase to living wage. And so that's why I came to support this cause for everyone working and non-working tenants. Also, my son is 19 years old. He started his job in April doing cleaning, 30 hours a fortnight, and he is also getting the minimum wage. Will I still be charged the 70% market rate because my son is now earning? I've also sent his pay slips through as well. With the 70% on rent, the increase of food, electricity, phone, and the internet, etc., it already spells hardship. If they don't want tenants to be living in social housing for long, then how is a tenant supposed to move out when they are still trapped financially due to the 70% increase? They won't be able to save unless they budget really hard or increase their hours of work. Parents struggle to a point that their own children sacrifice their education and drop out to help their parents pay for the rent increases. I already know that this is happening. I've asked the tenant if he would share his story. He said no, as he doesn't want to get into trouble. He spoke to me because we know each other very well. And I told him I was a delegate to the union, as he is a member. So he felt comfortable to talk to me and to raise his concern. He wanted to remain anonymous. This concerns me so much for our youth in city housing. The very portfolio I used to support with running youth programs, to know that some of them have dropped out of high school to work as cleaners or work in a fast food chain like Macca's, McDonald's, KFC, that type of stuff, paper runs, or even working with family members. They are now carrying this burden because they feel sorry for their parents, and our children want to help us. From a parent's view, we feel useless, and so we either accept our children to work or we increase our hours to keep our children in school. City Housing also mentions if we don't want to pay market rate, they look at going into private housing. Even though private housing, you may pay a lease, and that lease can be cancelled early, and the rents are much higher. The problem is not just the rent, but also some private landlords are not very good. There is no security and no privacy with some. Also, they can terminate your tenancy if they wanted to put their house on the market. Their renters are left to worry about finding a new home. Renters look at social housing because they have a secure home. The problem is the rent increases and they're not affordable. As tenants, we say no to chips. They do not give tenants and the community accountability. As tenants, we are also worried about the eligibility criteria changing for chip housing, and the fear that chip housing can be easily privatized, resulting in council tenants being forced out of their homes. City housing tenants just want to be treated fairly, especially the working ones. We want the council and our government to make our rents more affordable by giving us all the IRRS at the 25% rate and get rid of the 70% market rate once and for all. Because it doesn't work for any of us. Instead, it does the opposite effect. It makes us more stressed. It increases our hours and our children lose out on education, and the list goes on. Please, local council, we need your help and support to find a better solution to support all of us, your city housing tenants, to take this conversation to our housing minister, Megan Woods, to allow all our councils, our local councils, have the accessibility to be able to apply for IRRS for their tenants. The council needs to be clear with the minister that IRRS is the preference of the tenants, community, and council. I therefore ask our councillors to back their tenants and their community. Thank you all for your time. Kia ora ana e kia manuia Rosalina Ngapuku.
Thank you, Rosie. I'll be very brief here. My name is Anadu Rao. I'm an organiser for the Year 2 Union. Year 2 is the largest private sector union in Aotearoa, and our members are some of the lowest paid workers. So our members are cleaners, security guards, just like Rosie, and home support workers, just to name a few. Year 2 is also a campaigning and organising union. So we work together to improve everyone's lives and create fair and just workplaces and communities. At this stage, Year 2 is concerned about a CHIP option. We're concerned this option will result in fewer social housing units, massive accountability issues where the council aren't directly responsible for their tenants, and tenants being forced out of their homes or their rents being increased to market rate. There's also the threat of housing being privatised more easily from a CHIP and the criteria for tenants changing. It's ridiculous that the council paper doesn't properly consider the IRRS when that is the preferred option of the tenants and the community. Our union therefore stands in solidarity with council tenants and the community to say yes to the IRRS. Rosie and many of our union members are council housing tenants, and we have listened to their stories. Many of them are low paid workers, cleaners, security guards, etc. And with the 70% market rate, the rent is astronomically high for them to live. Rosie's story is a case in point. Her rent is increasing by $200. This is ridiculous and completely unaffordable. This doesn't leave much in her budget for kai and bills each week, and certainly doesn't leave much in the budget for a family holiday. Our union backs the community and our members who live in council housing, and we say yes to IRRS, and as council has stated in the council paper, the IRRS will solve the social housing financial issues. We acknowledge council relies heavily on the government to come to the party here, but we believe that the tenants and community have built momentum these last couple of weeks on an organised grassroots community campaign in support of IRRS. The council must make it clear to the minister that the IRRS is the preference of the council, the tenants and the wider community. We therefore ask the mayor and councillors to back their tenants and community on this issue. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora kōrua, and we do have one pātai from Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora kōrua. It's great to see you, especially as a fellow E2 member. I guess I'm interested. I get the argument about the IRRS being the priority, but to be honest, I am taken aback by the opposition, such strong opposition to it, which we are, I guess, considering as an option. Sorry, I'll get to my question very quickly, which we're considering as an option in the case that we're not able to secure IRRS. What is this based on? Is there kind of, because it would deliver the lower rents or the IRRS access for council. Is it based on an experience of other community housing providers or the Christchurch case? Because there's a lot of really great community housing providers who are working in the community, and I'm surprised to see this negativity about this model. It is not privatisation at all.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment we're just, I'll let Rosie come in if she wants to after this, but in terms of our union's position, we're backing our members and tenants who are supporting the IRRS option for the pure fact that they'll be able to, they'll be entitled to that 25% market rate, just like others. And so at this stage, that is the primary sort of ask and focus. And it is obviously the Mayor and Councillor Fitzsimons have been in discussions with the Minister around this issue. So at this stage, the tenants are backing that option, and that's the option that we're sort of looking at the moment and pushing for at the moment. So at this stage, the CHIP option is certainly not something that we're wanting to support, and the tenants aren't wanting to support at this stage as well.
Just one further question, because if we do not prepare for a CHIP and we don't get RRS, we don't have an option that actually, we have to keep going down the market rate or rates funding, which I would support, but you're not asking for that. So
I think the Wellington, sorry, Rosie, just one more before you. Yep. The Wellington Airport is probably a good example. The council have a minority stake in it. People don't really have any control and the city council can only consult. So I think that's sort of one of the main issues that our members and especially our tenants have at the moment with the chip option. Sorry, Rosie, over to you.
Right, so I just wanted to go back to the question that our councillor has asked. So from what I remember is that out of the conversations actually from the tenants, so there is, City Housing has released some of their assets, housing assets to certain support groups like Dwell House. The feelings around that in the tenant communities is that they feel unfair upon because those people that are underneath a support group like Dwell House are getting the IRRS, and so they're mixed in with our community in City Housing, and it's just not fair, because if we're paying the normal rate for council housing, and these people that have come into our communities based under another provider like Dwell House, they're getting the 25% rate instead of the normal rate that we're paying, and we just think that that's very unfair in terms of our communities who is paying in the full rate. So I mean, that's another conversation that sort of needs to be addressed as well, as that's a barrier, because that causes jealousy, unfair treatment, and that's something that also needs to be addressed as well. So I thought I'd address that point to you, councillor, to make a point on as well.
Kia ora, thank you for that.
Well, kia ora kōrua, we have run out of time now, and I think I can definitely hear from the kōrero and the questions that there's a lot more conversation that we need to have with the community to make sure everybody understands what the options are and how it works. And I think you know, that will come out over the next wee while, and feel free to watch obviously the rest of the meeting. You can watch it online. If you can't watch it now, you can watch it later. It will be there just to understand how the conversation goes, because as we know, it is really complex. But thank you so much both for coming in before you were meant to be, and for coming to kōrero with us. We really appreciate you taking the time. It's really important that we do hear from you. So ngā mihi kia koroa.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora. So to the committee, what we will do now is we will have a 10-minute break, and we will come back at 10:50 to begin questions and debate on this paper. Kia ora. Kia ora koutou, people here. Thank you, Councillor Sparrow. Kia ora, Councillor Rush. Kia ora. Okay, so just while people are still coming in, I'll just do the kind of general business side of things, which is just to formally say that in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I will accord precedence to some items of business, and the agenda will be considered in the following order. So we'll begin with item 2.2, which is the City Housing Sustainability CHIP design options. Item 2.3, Economic Wellbeing Strategy Engagement Approach. Item 2.1, which is the Stormwater Attenuation Easement through the Reserves Act, and item 2.4 Forward Program, and item 2.5 Action Tracking. So that will be the order for the meeting going forward. So what I'll do now is I'll invite Catherine Meerman and Angelique Jackson to introduce the paper, and then we'll go to questions on item 2.2. So over to you. I can see the WCC officers room there. You're all there. Kia ora, James. Hand over now. Oh, we can't hear you. It says you're not muted, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
Where's the volume?
Oh, I can hear someone coming through. Mike. Okay, you're muted.
James, do you need to come into my room?
This is the challenge for us being online. We always hopeful the technology is going to play ball.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, will be very quick. He's not far from me.
Okay, yes, committee, if you have questions, you can start putting your hands up from now. I imagine there's some already, and then there might be some more as a result of the introduction. Oh, kia ora, I can see Catherine, Barbara, and James. Is that you back there?
Can you hear me now, Jill?
Yes, yep. So we'll hand over to you to introduce the paper, and then we'll go into our partai.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. I just want to start off by saying that tenant wellbeing is paramount in all of the work that we've done, and it's absolutely upfront in all of our objectives, and you'll see that in the paper. We refer to that. Today, it's not a choice between IRS or CHIP. Basically, this paper is about keeping our options open to get to IRS and determining what a CHIP looks like if we were to go down that path. Basically, our only other option would be rates and debt, just to maintain tenant status quo at 70% market, and we don't think that's the best thing to do. Just in reflection of some of the things that we've heard from the public participation, the reference to selling assets or selling the CHIP, our advice is that in our officer preferred option, this is not possible. The housing stock would remain in the ownership of the council, but would be leased to a community charitable trust. Okay. So this paper is a report back requested by a committee in June. In June, the committee directed officers to pursue two parallel tracks of work: direct conversations with the Crown to discuss potential financial support for city housing, and to begin to design a community housing provider option. Since June, as requested by the committee, the Mayor has written to the Minister of Housing about City Housing's financial sustainability, and the Minister of Housing's reply was tabled at this committee meeting in August. The paper notes that we met with the Minister of Housing in September, and that as a result of that meeting, officers and central government agencies are working together on possible options for the Crown and Council to partner together and for the Crown to support city housing. This is the first track of that work. The paper today is focused on the second track of work. It discusses the options for the design of a CHIP and recommends a preferred design for the committee's consideration. We've worked closely with central government agencies throughout this process of developing the paper. We've been really open and transparent with central government about our work on the CHIP and the options presented in this paper. We've also been transparent that we're required to consult on the options under the Local Government Act, and that we're seeking to do this through the annual plan process next year. Government agencies are comfortable with these two tracks of work continuing in parallel. You'll note there's a suggested amendment which has been included in the substantive with officer support. There were also a number of questions on the paper from councillors throughout the Q&A process, and answers have been provided for those. The public consultation process is the opportunity for tenants and community input, and we will ensure it's set up well to enable exactly that. Are there any further questions on the paper?
Kia ora, there are some partai. Thank you very much, James. So we'll go to Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I've got three main questions about different things. The first one is just to double check that the advice of officers is that if this council was able to access IRRS, that would be a game changer for us in terms of addressing the operational shortfall, and that would be fully addressed by the introduction of IRRS. And I'm not talking capital, I know that would be better too, but just that the officer advises that the operational financial shortfall would be fully addressed by IRRS.
Yes, Councillor Fitzsimons, that is correct. That is a little bit dependent on how soon our tenants could access IRRS. So there could be a lag before meeting financial sustainability, but yes, that is correct. If you exclude the requirements of the upgrade and the capital program.
Yeah, but it is a quick fix. Yeah. The second question is around the trigger by which, but basically I'm just wanting some assurance from council officers that the proposal that we would consult on as part of next year's annual plan would be one that we knew government would support. Because I'm just a little bit worried that some of our shorthand, and it's not in the paper, but some of the shorthand we use when we talk about a chip is that we could just elect to create one. So I just want to be clear that officers' advice is that if we were going to consult on a possible establishment of a chip at the annual plan, we actually knew that that was what government were willing to do, like as in it would be a much more firmed up commitment than we have now.
That's right. In the paper, we've been clear that all of the options that we are considering, including the chip, but also including the things that we are discussing directly with the government, would require either a change to the deed or approval under the deed. So we have those conversations actively underway, and we've also, as James said, also been very clear that about the process that we need to go through consultation, and they are comfortable that we continue that work in parallel.
But I'm just wanting to be clear that isn't quite answered it, that we'll only consult when we have a concrete proposal that government will support.
Councillor Fitzsimons, I'm in regular conversation with the senior member of MHUD, and we have agreed together that this is work we are doing collaboratively. And so far, the advice I'm having is that at an official level, the pathway we are taking and the advice we are giving is supported.
Okay, well, I guess we'll deal with that with the annual plan. Just my final question. Well, I've got two quick questions. The final one on this is, I've got an officer-supported amendment around a mixed housing development, and I just want to understand from an officer perspective, the paper that you're going to bring to us on this, that can you just sort of talk about how you're anticipating the detail you're anticipating that paper will be able to go in? Basically, how certain are officers going to be able to be when they bring us advice on building mixed communities?
So we are, Councillor, anticipating that paper will cover a number of scenarios. So we would look at some specific sites and some groups of properties and look at different scenarios around what you would need to do in terms of potentially the ratio of social housing places to affordable places to marketplaces in order to make that an economically viable proposition. So we'll be able to present scenarios about whether or not, depending on how you change the ratios, that those can be part of the sustainability solution. So we would be able to be clear in that paper about whether or not that was part of the solution.
Perfect, thank you. And my final question is really just to raised the issue, and it might be one for Angelique, just that, Rosie raised an issue. I've recently advocated on behalf of a tenant whose rent was unfortunately incorrectly calculated, and she faced a really, really large increase, and it feels like Rosie had too. Can we just have some assurance that there is a comprehensive audit process going on to make sure that we're applying the policy properly? Because I know these rent increases are creating a lot of stress, and I'd hate that stress to not be needed.
I'm not sure if Angelique can get on the call, but I can say that as we are implementing the new tenancy management system in social housing, every piece of data and every detail is being rechecked and verified.
That's really good, and I do want to say that City Housing has been, I have been very receptive to this, so I guess we just need to get that message out to tenants.
Councillor, I understand Angelique may be able to come on. We just had a quick message. But it seems to be in lag. So.
Maybe while we're waiting for her, or perhaps she could prepare what advice she has for tenants who are worried that their rent might be miscalculated. If she could just bring that to the meeting, I think that would be helpful, but doesn't have to be right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
We'll move on to Councillor Matthews' question, and once we can see Angelique, we will go to that.
Thank you. I've got two. My first one is, would our ability to develop more social housing under whatever model be constrained by being in a chip?
I'm sorry,
can you repeat that, Councillor? Sorry.
We just had a bit of noise in our room. We didn't quite hear that, sorry.
Don't you know who I am? The question was, would our ability to develop more social housing of any model, like mixed or standalone, be constrained by being within a chip?
No, it wouldn't be constrained by being in a chip. It would be improved as a result of that, because of the ability over time to be accessing the IRRS income stream, and over time that will allow the chip to build up reserves and to be contributing to additional supply. So it's not constrained in any way, and in fact would be beneficial.
And my second question, and this may not be able to be answered now, is because we've heard quite a bit about the community housing sector this morning from public submitters, and sort of almost as if it's akin to private landlords or, somewhere on that. So I'm interested to learn more about the sector. Who are the big providers? Is there any record of chips divesting their assets and selling up, or like that, all those kind of fears about the picture of what is actually the community housing sector really like? I don't know if anybody can answer that briefly, but I think that would be good information for councillors to have going forward.
Jessie, are you on the line?
Yeah, hi everyone. Just a question. We've been working with the officers on that. I'm actually, one of my colleagues is on the line, used to work at the Regulatory Authority, and is probably best placed to answer that. I can say generally, the track record of community housing providers is strong. They're obviously under the oversight of the Community Housing Regulatory Authority. Generally, the sector is characterised by charitable organisations, not-for-profit organisations. I'm not necessarily sure if there are any for-profit community housing providers that have been registered by TRA. I'd have to come back to you on whether there's a track record of divestment of assets, but not that I'm aware of. Generally, they are established for the benefit of the tenants in question, and I think the track record of those organisations, including those in Wellington, has actually been excellent in terms of the tenant and social outcomes, and in terms of delivery of new supply.
Yeah, hi. I'll just add on to Jessie's comment. My name's Adelaide. I used to work at the Regulatory Authority. So there's been no history of a registered community housing provider failing to date. There's been one example of an organisation deregistered, and that was very early on in its governance journey and before they had any tenants. Can I just check? Sorry, we had reverb in our room.
Seems to be. Have you got two microphones going?
Maybe. We're just going to do a bit of a move. Excuse me.
Cool.
IT issues are the topic of the day.
Yeah.
So a registered community housing provider is an organisation that is monitored by central government. So there's controls in place around their governance, their tenancy management, their actual management, their property and asset management, and their financial viability. So every year these organisations are monitored for their performance. And if any issues are identified, then those are reported back to them in a supportive manager, which helps them improve. So over time, outcomes delivered to tenants thus improve as well. So it's been seen as a really beneficial model. And if you look at Christchurch and Auckland, and there's more councils that have divested their assets, in those places we've seen tenant satisfaction increase, and that's publicly available information. Any questions?
Thank you. That's really useful.
Kia ora, very helpful. Okay, so yeah, I was getting a bit confused. I couldn't see Beth. Right, so we'll go to Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, and thank you to staff for all the work that you've done. Can I just confirm which government introduced the definition of a CHP? Was it John Key? Government? It was a national government, thank you. And can I confirm that that was to actually get people out of state housing to and to enable the charitable sector to take on this responsibility as well? That was the policy direction.
Jesse, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, there was a reasonably significant transformation of the social housing sector. I think it was sort of 2014 to 2016, called the Social Housing Reform Program, and under that a new regulator was set up, the Community Housing Regulatory Authority. The policy at that time was actually to transfer a number of properties away from, at that time, Housing New Zealand to the community housing sector, as well as establish another regulated space in the development of the chip sector. And through that process, the chip sector has grown significantly. I think there's something of the order of 60 chips registered around the country. As we know, through the change of government, that policy drive changed. The transfer of Housing New Zealand assets to community housing was paused. And the focus has now been on the delivery of new supply via the chip market, and obviously with the establishment of Kāinga Ora.
Okay, thank you. Can I just confirm, Christchurch, just to confirm my understanding, that they are now going to do a full asset transfer to their CHP?
I hadn't heard that was the case, Councillor Iona. They are considering the transfer of major maintenance obligations, is my understanding, to the community housing provider. That's currently under the remit of the council, but I was not aware of the prospect of a full asset transfer to the community housing provider.
But there's been a partial asset transfer.
Some assets were transferred as part of the initial establishment of OCHT, yes, on the order of 450 properties.
Okay, thank you. And can I just clarify, following on from Councillor Fitzsimon's question? So I understood with the gap between the IRS cost and the ability to make city housing sustainable. Now that the cost is reduced down to 50 million as opposed to 100 million over 4 years, does that give us any problems?
Kia ora, Councillor Pennant. Just to be clear, the amount isn't being reduced. The amount that we have modelled and forecasted for IRRS has remained the same. The Minister announced a figure based on advice she received from her officials that was an incorrect amount, and she subsequently corrected it. That hasn't changed what we would be modelling to receive through an IRRS situation.
Okay, so the 50 million, at least for the 4 years, would sort us out really well, just for absolute clarification.
Yeah, for absolute clarity, it really helps to build up in a surplus environment. So as soon as we can get out of that deficit area, it's going to help with the future sustainability of city housing.
Thanks. And just last question quickly. I was interested in your comment about the failure of chips. So given that council as a large institution is struggling a bit, partly due to government policy settings. What happens if a chip does fail? Who bails it out?
Adelaide, is that something you want to comment on?
It's difficult to comment on who bails it out because I think that would come down to the nature of the organisation and any arrangements that had been put in place when the organisation was established. I think the reason that we haven't seen a chip fail to date is because of the nature of the regulatory process, which is inherently supportive. So to date, we haven't seen a punitive approach from the regulator, which is looking to destabilise people's tenancies. It's much more supportive of people who are vulnerable and looking at how you can provide long-term sustainability. And if that means supporting an organisation and guiding it on where it needs to improve, then that's what would happen first. So there's steps in place to support an organisation not to fail. And then my understanding is that if there was an event of failure, that would come back to its establishment.
Right, and presumably a different government could change that policy direction. Anyway, that's super helpful. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a little bit, some of my other questions have been answered, thank you. So I wanted to ask about the rents. There's an amendment to that council would forego the rental income or find some other way around that. Is that going to
Sorry,
plug the
just to clarify, I think you mean the rates.
Sorry,
rental.
The rates,
it's
yeah.
quite different.
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. So if council forego for rent charging rates, would that be enough to plug the deficit that we currently have?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And I guess for equity, I wanted to know, do we charge rates on Housing New Zealand properties?
We charge rates in accordance with the Act, and housing is not a land class that is excluded from rates.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, it was mentioned that some of these amendments have officer support. Is the one about reduce or foregoing the rates one of those ones that's got officer support?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. Two quick questions. The first one is around our options for social housing renewals and whether or not waiting until next year to consult on a CHP has any impact on our ability to deliver the much needed renewals in our social housing.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill. We have budgeted in the long-term plan for some of those urgently needed renewals that we are starting next year, including work on healthy homes.
So regardless of this paper, renewals will still go ahead?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and my second question is being raised by a few submitters, and that is the concern of sustainable tenancy. So even if we do transition to a CHP, our current tenants will have to exit the housing and rejoin again in order to be available for income-related rent subsidies. Is that correct? And will there be a period of time where we've got 3,500 of our tenants potentially not in a house in order to come back into the system to then get that subsidy?
So there's two bits to that. And if we created a CHIP, our tenants would move over. Our existing tenants would move over and become tenants of the CHIP, so nobody would have to leave their property as part of that process. The terms of access to the income-related rents under the current policy settings that the government has, new tenants who, if we had a tenant move out and we had a new tenant move in, that new tenant would be eligible for the IRRS, but the existing tenants who move across to the CHIP would not be under current government policy settings.
Kia ora, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. My question is just about, I understand that while we're waiting for a CHIP to be established or for the government to decide they're going to give us access to IRRS directly, our funding shortfall continues to increase, the operational shortfall. How are we funding that while we're waiting for these other arrangements to come in place?
Through debt.
So the arrangements under the current LTP is that we will fund through debt those shortfalls until we've got a new provider set up, or whatever.
So in the first instance, Councillor Condi, we run down the reserves, the money that's left, and then we start raising the capital through debt.
So essentially, we're at that point we're then borrowing to fund the operational shortfall of the organisation or of City Housing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz Kelly.
Oh, kia ora. Just a couple of things. My understanding is to the answer to Councillor Iona is that the only one that can sort of you can lose your CHIP status is if you don't meet the requirements, and that's through the authority. But I do accept that the authority do work really hard with you to make sure that you do meet the all of the requirements, so that doesn't happen. But it isn't a change of policy that would mean that you would lose your status as a IIRS, as a CHIP provider getting the IRS. Is that right? Because that's my understanding.
Kia ora. I understand your question to be if it's a change in government policy, whether they would be removed from accessing or be removed from registration. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would need to see the total disestablishment of the sector for that. The way that an organisation would lose access to IRRS is if their registration is either suspended or revoked. And that's in a situation where there's been a performance issue where the organisation hasn't been able to demonstrate that they've adequately met or complied with the performance standards.
Yeah,
so
that's correct. That's my understanding. Can you also just clarify and confirm for me, because there's been a bit of questions around what's going to happen to the existing tenants, and my understanding is that the existing tenants, they won't automatically become CHIP tenants. So if we as in Wellington City Council become a CHIP and you've got existing tenants, they don't automatically get the IRS payments unless they qualify for them. And the only way that could happen is if there was a new tenancy agreement in place. But my understanding also is that this is the part that can be a bit tricky for council in making that transition from the housing model that's already existing into a CHIP.
Yes, that's correct. The only thing I should say is that under current policy settings, council tenants aren't eligible immediately to access IRRS. So in the scenario that under current policy settings, council was to establish a CHIP, then current tenants that are council tenants, they would transfer to the new organisation. Because it's a new legal entity, they would need a new tenancy agreement, but it's generally understood that they would transfer with the same terms and conditions that they had previously. So there's a continuation of levels of service and expectations on the tenancy. The difference is for those new tenants, they would then need to be able to meet the requirements of the housing register, the eligibility requirements around housing distress or income. There is a situation where current Wellington City Council tenants have been assessed as being eligible for that subsidy, but because they're council tenants, that means they're not classified by central government as being inadequately housed, so they would not need to be reassessed for the housing register, or wouldn't be able to be.
But are you sure about that? Because when the organisation that I work for, when we set ourselves up as a CHIP and we purchased the properties that were fully tenanted, we could not move those tenants straight into under our CHIP. and there was a requirement from the authority that you couldn't do that. And so the only way that we were able to do that is they moved out. So they were paying market rent and we couldn't move them over until they were vacated. So I think that officers need to be very clear in the advice that they're giving councillors, because that is one of the concerns that I do have about us becoming a chip, is what's going to happen to the existing tenants. If in the discussions with the authority and with the government, that requirement that used to be in there is somehow not something that Wellington City Council would have to adhere to, then that would be wonderful. But I think that there does need to be confirmation that the existing tenants, as long as they will meet the requirement for social housing, will be able to still have a roof under that they would still qualify for the subsidy, because my understanding is that's not the case. So unless that's what's been negotiated now. Can you comment on that? Somebody?
Kia ora. I hesitate because I was thinking, I don't want to call you Liz and I can't call you Councillor Kelly. Kia ora.
Call me Liz. Call me Liz.
Yeah, call me Liz. Look, I think there are two different issues here. The ability of one of our tenants to become a tenant of the CHIP and the ability of the tenant to be able to access the IRRS. We are confident in the advice we're giving. They are two different issues, and the advice my team are giving me is that our tenants will definitely be able to become a tenant of the CHIP, but the issue of access to the IRRS is a separate issue. Now, one of the things we have said in our report is we could actually work to negotiate earlier access to the IRRS over time through the establishment of a CHIP, but that's a discussion that needs to be had. So the starting point would be to understand that new tenants of the CHIP who are eligible for the IRRS can then access that through the CHIP. If those same tenants were tenants of the council, the current scenario would mean they could not. I hope that helps, Liz.
Well, it helps for me because I understand what it is, but what I'm trying to do is to and I don't think I'm being very successful at it, but what I'm trying to do is to make it clear to councillors about what some of the risks are, and that we need to make sure that those are met, and that the existing tenants, so the existing tenants know that whatever happens, they've still got a roof over their head. And I think from those people who were talking to us, there was a concern about that. But I think that we can confirm wholeheartedly that whatever we do, they will have a roof over their head. If we become a CHIP though, if they don't meet the requirements to get the subsidy, they will still have a roof over their head, but they won't get the subsidy. So I think that needs to be made clear as well, because we as in council aren't the ones that determine whether the tenant gets the subsidy or not. That's done by HUD and also WINS, but we don't determine who gets the subsidy. So I think that sort of needs to be understood.
Yeah, I'll just jump in there, Liz, and I agree with your point there that it is the government who ultimately is able to decide who has access to IRRS. I can't speak to the Ngāti Toa experience in establishing the CHIP, but I can talk to my own understanding of when new CHIPs have been established, because aside from councils transferring their portfolios, there's regularly new housing providers established which have existing tenants. In those scenarios, those tenants have not had to be moved from their property or back into a property to be able to be tenants of that community housing provider. There's an issue with the current policy settings in terms of tenants being able to access IRRS, and that's a negotiation that has to go through with central government, and I believe is ongoing.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I suppose I better make it clear. I'm not talking about Ngāti Toa. So Pūroro Whānau Centre is a CHIP, and we were the only ones in the Wellington region for some years. We've been a CHIP for nearly 6 years, I think it is 5 years or 6 years, I don't know. But I was a part of that process, and I led and guided Pūroro Whānau Centre to become a CHIP. So that's what I'm talking about, is what the experiences that Pūroro Whānau Centre had in becoming a CHIP, and what we experienced when we had to deal with existing tenants in the properties that we owned. So for Te Arahu Mōwai, Ngāti Toa's experience in becoming a CHIP, I don't know the details of that as well as I know what Pūroro Whānau Centre had to do to become a CHIP. But my understanding now, though, is in the past 5 years, there's a huge number of CHIPs in the lower North Island. But for a good couple of years, there was only about 3 of us.
Kia ora, Liz. Also, we'll just quickly have Angelique explain how we are communicating with our tenants.
Kia ora, Liz. We've been really mindful through this whole process since rent consultation last year of the anxiety this process has caused our tenant community. And so we've really made a concerted effort to communicate with them on a regular basis. So at every decision point and in between. So after every workshop, we send them a letter, we send out a tenant newsletter by email as well. We arm our tenancy advisors with all of the information so they can answer any patai and have a really good kōrero with their tenants on site. So after today's decision, hopefully, then we will be sending out more comms to our tenants. And the last letter we sent them, we said, regardless of the outcome of today, your tenancy is secure. Because I think, this is complex information that we've been deeply involved in for some time. So it's very, very hard to convey in a few sentences that, everything will be okay. So we've really tried to give as much reassurance as possible. You can never get it right 100% of the time, but our tenants have given us lots of feedback about how they appreciate the communication that they've had.
Okay, thank you for that. But I think that the communication needs to be a bit clearer, because a number of those submitters actually had the wrong end of the stick. Because the reality is that what council is doing is that we're going into this to be able to provide better housing and affordable housing. And I think the clearest messages that we should be giving our tenants is that, yes, existing tenants will continue to have a roof over their head, and depending on their circumstances, their personal circumstances, is what will determine what their rent will be. And that will have nothing to do with the council. That is driven by the government. But what they also need to know is that what we as a council are doing is trying to put in place this mechanism so that they will be able to, if they qualify, they will be able to have cheaper rents, affordable rents, and better quality homes. I think that's really the sort of messaging that we should be sending out to our tenants, because that's positive and that's the reality.
Yeah, I might just intersect here, because I think, Angelique, we also, there was a question that we just also need to have answered around the tenants and the conversation we're having with them, which Councillor Fitzsimons brought up before, which might sort of be also what you were referring to, around this, potential awareness of the incorrect calculation, and making sure that we are, because obviously this is all sort of becoming wrapped up together now, but we do need to make sure that we've got that covered. So Councillor Fitzsimons was asking for reassurance around that we are doing an audit just to check that, everybody is okay. So if you could
and just who people contact, like the people that we said today, like what's our message to them about who they contact?
Sure. So a couple of quick things. As most of you know, we did the tenancy review this year, which we simplified to try and make it as easy as possible for tenants. And in terms of evidence of income, you know, it wasn't months of pay slips, it was just one piece of information. It could be my MSD screenshot. We tried to make it simple. We worked with tenants through that process and told them, you know, what the possible outcomes could be. If you give us your income and you're still within policy, nothing changes. However, if you don't provide the details so we can confirm your eligibility, then your rent will go up to full market rent because we can't see if you are actually in policy or not. So through that process, which took many months, lots of letters, lots of in-person meetings on site, we got 91% of tenants' information, which was great because we haven't done one of these in full for a few years. What we found is there was 46 tenants that were out of policy, so earning too much money to be in our housing. And previous to RTA changes in April this year, what would happen is we would issue them a letter and give them 12 months notice, and then they'd need to move on. We have 530 people on our wait list, you know, who meet the eligibility criteria. So if you are earning too much, I know that is subjective, but under our policy settings, if you're over that limit, then you would move on. RTA changes means we can't do that anymore. So out of policy tenants are allowed to stay on as long as they wish to. So it's really important that we get those details right. We also have a cap under the deed that we can't have more than 5% of tenants paying market rent, and that's to ensure we stay as social housing. So these new changes to the RTA have unintended consequences for us. So that's a sort of side issue. But the 46 who are out of policy, you know, have been contacted multiple times. There's some that were just over the threshold that we've made, you know, case by case decisions on, especially those people that have unstable income, like part-time work, casual work and so forth. What we've done, we found one error that Councillor Fitzsimons raised via tenants, I thank you. We've gone into that tenant's file, had a look in detail. They had very fluctuating income. The calculation that was made at the time, we have a very manual 20-year-old IT system, is a very, very manual process for every one of those tenancy reviews, and there was a human error in that. So we contacted that tenant straight away. We've adjusted her rent back down to where it should be, and visited her on site yesterday, and she's really happy with the result now. Obviously, have given her a big apology. We're also doing an audit on the other 45 tenants to make sure that there hasn't been any other errors made, and we'll have the results of that at the end of today. There's also, yeah, and we'll pass those through to you. There's also tenants, another 86 tenants who never returned any of their income details, so they've gone up to market rent too. And for those tenants, we have tried at least probably a dozen times to visit them, text them, ring them, because we don't want them to go up to market rent. And so that started off as a couple of hundred people, and it's whittled down, and at any time they present that information to us, we will backdate and, you know, put them back on the right rent. So one of the people that presented today, very, you know, eloquently, we've contacted her already, and we're working with her on that. So that should be sorted by the end of today. Does that answer the questions?
Yes, so I guess it's just who they contact to follow that up.
Yeah, in the first instance, their tenancy advisor. Of course, if they're not getting a response or they're not satisfied with the response, I'm always happy to take calls directly, or as you all do at times, you know, feel free if it comes through you just to forward the email to me and we'll get it sorted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Liz, did you have any other questions?
Oh, no. Thank you.
I've got a question that just follows on from what Liz was raising, and I guess it's just, you know, I heard a comment saying that we can guarantee our tenants that their tenancy is secure, but if we enter into a CHIP, can we guarantee that for ones who are actually no longer eligible for social housing? And I guess I'm just a bit concerned for those people because they will struggle to find other housing. They may not qualify for our social housing, but they will be feeling at risk because they no longer fit into that threshold. So will the CHIP potentially compromise that for a number of people?
Councillor Day, I'm happy to answer that. What would happen is, mention, our existing tenants would transfer to the CHIP. They would go through on all their current rental settings. And as mentioned by around the RTA requirements now, we would not be able to move people on even if we wanted to. They have a tenancy for as long as they need. So if some of those tenants over time perhaps picked up extra work or their situations changed, their income rose, if they're already in our housing, they'll be able to stay in the housing, regardless of whether it's city housing or a CHIP.
But they won't be able to get the subsidy unless they qualify for social housing. Correct. On the social housing register.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. The other question I had was just that, we're talking about the fact that they won't, when they transfer across into the CHIP, they don't automatically get the IRS. It's only the new tenancies that are attained. So my feeling is with 3,500 tenants and the fact that we have many of our tenants holding long tenancies, that it will take us a very, very long time to get IRS through the CHIP. And so I guess that's my main concern, is that council will actually be funding that debt for a very long time, like years and years, if not decades, because we do have long standing tenants. What will be the situation with that for us?
Yeah, kia ora, Jo. I think, that's a very real statement you've made, and it will take us a long time for, to get all tenants, city housing tenants, receiving the IRRS if they're eligible. Ōtautahi have taken, they're at 5 years of being established, and 40% of their current tenants are receiving IRRS, and that is new tenants only coming in, so that's due to turnover. Of course, our turnover is at historic lows due to our housing crisis, and everyone is saying that. So yes, it will take some time, but having some is better than none. And right now, our tenants have no hope of their rent ever going down or seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. And while it does create that inequity in terms of being next door to someone who's just moved in, who is paying less rent for the same place, there is already that now, as we've spoken to, with Kāinga Ora tenants and with other CHIP tenants. We lease to CHIPs, we lease to Kāinga Ora, we have people living next door to each other paying vastly different rents. But what the problem we're trying to solve now is we need a solution to allow at least some people to be able to access the IRRS.
Okay, thank you for that. Just one other question from me. And that sort of follows on from what Councillor Fitzsimons was saying before about the process through the annual plan. Will we have to renegotiate the deed before we consult on the annual plan? Because of course the deed is the thing that sits across all of this, that I think people are still struggling to get their head around how specific, and the deed is not just something we can walk away from. We have to negotiate, and we can't really consult with the community until we know that there's an agreement with the government that the deed can be changed. So will that have to happen as a process? Will we expect a process to happen around the deed before the annual plan consultation?
I think, as James said in the introduction, we're being very open and transparent with the government around how we're doing this, and they are comfortable that that continues in parallel. So I don't think we would have a finalised renegotiation of the deed before we go out to consultation. We will certainly have some understanding with the government about what are the things in the deed that are issues or things that need to be resolved under any scenario, but they're absolutely comfortable that we continue to pursue these two paths in parallel, and we'll continue to have conversations about the deed as we go on that. So no, we don't need resolution of it before we go out to consultation.
I think too, regardless of the decision today, there are items in the deed we need to renegotiate anyway. So we are having, sometimes weekly meetings with HUD and with Kāinga Ora around some of those, which can progress, regardless of this process. So things like the 67 work items to upgrade properties with from 2007 aren't really fit for purpose anymore. So we are looking at each of those items with HUD and going, are there things we can strip out and things we can add in, say accessibility components, Homestar, and modernising the portfolio for the future. So those conversations are underway. Got another meeting tomorrow. So,
and given we're all adding, I'd just also like to add that the discussion with the government is a comprehensive approach. It's not simply about a structure that accesses IRRS. It's also about working together on common objectives to additionality of affordable housing supply in the city, and also our ongoing commitment to upgrade our existing stock. So there are a number of pieces to the negotiation that come together to produce an outcome, and the establishment of the CHIP needs to address those too.
Kia ora, thank you, it's very helpful. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Can I just clarify the level of service that our own tenancy service provides to our tenants? Would you say that's equitable or on par with the level of tenancy services offered by a CHIP or Kāinga Ora?
More than happy to answer that, Councillor Calvert. As you may have seen, we had our recent tenant satisfaction surveys, which were the best we've had in 4 years. And I know some people go, if it's not broke, why fix it? But we've received Otatahi's results last week as well, because we've been sharing with them. And they started off from a fairly high place too in terms of tenant satisfaction, but it's just got higher and higher. They've been able to access things like, you know, government contracts that we can't as a council, for things like social workers on site and mental health support and work brokers. They've put a lot of work into upgrading their homes. They've been able to access more funding to do that. So the satisfaction with property, with people's property, was about 91%, you know. So while we do offer a fantastic service, and really proud of my team and the work that we do, you know, there are opportunities to do more, and we are hamstrung at the moment because the only funding we have is tenant rents.
So even if we got IRS, in terms of treating the same tenants in an equitable way, they would still be slightly disadvantaged because the likes of these other CHIPs have been able to access even further funding as social workers. So have I got that right?
Yes, in some ways. It would depend very much on what giving us as council IRS would look like, you know, whether that was new tenants like it would be for a CHIP or full existing tenants. And as we've talked about, you know, we've not got any guarantee of that happening. As a council, there are some things you can apply to do, but some contracts we cannot, you know, bid for alongside other NGOs and agencies and CHIPs. And we've talked to a few other CHIPs about the services that they can provide. Also as a CHIP, you can have access, if you're eligible, to the operating supplement, which helps with new builds as well. So depending on the type of building you're doing, especially if it's transitional housing or supported living, increases the amount of supplement you can receive from the Crown, which is something we can't get now either.
Okay. And so I know there was a meeting with the Minister of Housing just in the last month or so. Is that the first meeting we've had with the Minister of Housing in respect of our city housing, say in the last 2 years?
No, it is not the first meeting, Councillor Calvert.
What other meetings have we had with the Minister?
Either the Mayor or Councillor Fitzsimons may be able to recall, but I'll check. There have been several meetings over a long period of time.
I can't recall, Barbara, how many there have been, but there have been quite a number of conversations with the Minister, some formal, some informal. So right. it's regular.
Because I just wondered how, then if we've had regular conversations, how we haven't seemed to have made much progress. So why...
Councillor, can I disagree with you? We actually are in a position where we're getting advice back. So officers and officials are working together. We will get scenarios back in December, and that will put us in a position that we can actually have some decisions made by both the Crown and by us.
Okay, so are we talking about this comprehensive package coming back to us in December?
Yes, I think so. Certainly the Minister is expecting that. That's the timeline that's been set.
Okay, and so that's this comprehensive package. We'll look at all things around social housing, and in the meantime, we are progressing with looking at one element of that, which is a CHIP. Is that and the purpose of this paper? Is that
which may be the way forward? It may not be the way forward, but it keeps it open.
So, Councillor Calvert, the purpose of this paper is to continue to implement the decision that the council made in June. which is to work on 2 parallel courses of action to address the future sustainability of the city housing service.
So then looking at any other options, such as not charging rates on these properties, could be a bit premature if you're coming back with some sort of comprehensive package later in the year.
The key point of this report is to have authority to continue to work on a potential chip model and prepare for consultation with the community as part of the annual plan next year. Other work that is still underway, we will report on in a future report.
So that's around, I'm just trying to understand when we join all the dots together. So when we're not, at what point will we be joining the dots together, roughly?
We'll confirm, Councillor, with you as to the timing of that next report.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Kia ora. Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions. So given that we do have a little bit of reserves still left in the housing fund, but that we're going through quite a bit of it in operating deficits and capital upgrades that are needed immediately, can I understand a little bit more about the staff lack of support for the rates deferral or other rates options, rates relief for our housing portfolio, because it seems that we're going to be tipping some ratepayer money into this at some point. I'd just like to understand the reasons why there isn't support for the amendment to do something about the rates that we're currently charging our social housing units.
Yeah. The reason we don't support that amendment is because using the value of the rates bill as a proxy for what, if any, rate subsidisation of city housing should be isn't the right method. So it's not enough to fix the operating deficit. And so if we were going to make that decision, it has to be considering a bunch of other factors, not just what the value of the rates bill is.
Okay, thank you.
And my other concern, sorry, Deputy Mayor,
sure,
is that when you start making decisions based on the rates bill, you do venture into territory of potentially setting a precedence that we might not want to be setting in Wellington.
Okay. And also, I suppose part of it is that we don't necessarily need to use the rates right now because we do have some funds still there. So this would be doing something that we don't, strictly speaking, absolutely have to do right now while we're in the middle of making other decisions. Would that be a fair enough comment as well?
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask about is just the state of the portfolio physically and the risks around it in terms of earthquake strengthening and its actual, if we were to let other people manage this, but we were still owning the assets, what would be our obligations and our risks in respect of that?
I think there's 2 questions there, Deputy Mayor. One around the condition of the portfolio and
two, there are 2. Thank you.
Yeah, and 2, who looks after it after a decision like this. As we know, we've got half the portfolio upgraded and half to be upgraded, which will start next year. One piece of work we're doing right now is getting updated seismic assessments for each one of those HUB 2 sites, because the ones we have, are getting old now. And we want to have those to inform the decisions around upgrades. As you're probably aware, if we're going to spend $30 million to upgrade a building and then we find out the seismic rating is lower than we'd like, I'm not talking below the 34%, but at a level for a 1950s building that we might not want to keep supporting, then we might look at a demolition and rebuild and uplift on that site instead. So we want getting all the information we can together at the moment about the state of the portfolio, which includes those seismic assessments. There is not one property that is not compliant with current legislation. So whether that's BWOF, RTA, healthy homes, we are doing the healthy homes work for vacant units and have been doing so. We've met all targets to date. And we're going out for procurement to get the main healthy homes supplier to then start working on the existing homes. And we've got till 2024 to do that. Yes, we've got properties that don't look great. And I'm sure for those of you that have walked past some of ours, the outside often looks worse than the inside. But they're at the best standard they can be. They're not unsafe. every one of our property meets insulation standards and heating standards. So, you know, we're really committed to making it as best as we can with what we have. If we went to a CHIP model, who looks after the assets is part of the decisions you'll have to make out of the structural options. So sometimes minor maintenance will go with the CHIP. So, you know, you're reactive, my tap's broken, that type of thing. And then major maintenance might stay with the council, and then they're responsible for the cost and funding that. The same with upgrades. You know, these are the decisions that you will need to make around those structural options and whether properties are leased or not.
I guess where I'm driving is, could there potentially be quite a financial risk to council in the future that we'd have less control over? If, for example, government legislation changed and we had to upgrade yet again, or something was discovered like hollow core floors, or, you know, anything, how would we manage a position where we weren't collecting the income or being in the day-to-day control, but still may be liable for some quite large sums of money? And is there anything thought that's gone into that?
I think, Deputy Mayor, the risk of regulatory change is a risk that exists regardless of what future world we're in. So at any point in time, the government can change building standards or anything like that, and then the next time we were required to upgrade or things, we would have to meet those new standards. So I think that's a risk that exists in any scenario, whether we stay with the status quo or we move to a CHIP.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Liz.
Kia ora. My question is, Councillor Colbert raised some questions about extra funding that other CHIPs get, and would Wellington City Council be able to receive that? Can you clarify what that is? Because my understanding is all CHIPs are funded exactly the same.
Yeah, not talking, sorry, Liz, I'm not talking about funding the CHIP. I'm talking about the ability of a CHIP to, say, bid for a government contract. You know, to put in a, say it's a health contract, or yeah, social services, mental health, and so forth. So, from speaking to Kate Kearney at Otatahi, you know, they've been able to access and be successful in winning some of those contracts. So it's ability to provide support and social services on site for tenants. So it's not funding, a funding mechanism.
I still don't understand what you say. Can you expand a bit? Could you expand a bit further?
Yeah. So what we've been told, you know, as a council, if we wanted to, say, get a DHB contract to run mental health services in our complexes, that we cannot apply for those as council. And that's what we've always been advised. But as a CHIP, that we could do that. So that
why would you? Like, why would Wellington City Council want to get into social services? I mean, why is that wouldn't be something that our ratepayers would want. I mean, they would want us to look after the knitting of what our rates pay for. You know, like, and as a CHIP though, you're not allowed to. There has to be a really clear differentiation between you as a landlord and any social services that you provide. So that isn't a pathway that I would recommend Wellington City Council go down, just because you think that you could get some extra funding to provide a service, because then you're competing with other organisations that are already established to do that. Having partnerships is a different story, though. That's something that I would recommend would be something that you do, but not something that for Wellington City Council to get into.
Kia ora, Liz. I think the key point is simply that a CHIP organisation can choose to bid to provide some of those services on site for their tenants, and a local authority cannot. But we're not suggesting that those things are undertaken, but it is a future option.
And I think, yeah, just to build on that, we are not, what we're saying is we don't want to deliver the services ourselves. You know, it's getting agencies in to deliver those services.
Yeah.
You know, we wouldn't be in competition. We'd actually be, you know, giving people in the NGO sector and the social services sector the opportunity to get to that contract to come in and work with us.
Yeah, I would strongly advise council not to even delve into that, because there's already enough NGOs that are competing for the same funding, and it would just cause daru, and I mean, have partnerships definitely, but don't compete for the same funding.
Okay, that sounds like something you can bring in for debate if it comes up.
Ka pai.
Kia ora. I've just got one more question, and it came about as part of the public participation. One of the things that was raised was that under our current system, our tenants, if they've got concerns or issues around their tenancy, they can come to council and talk to us, so like they did today. And it's clear that people don't know how that would happen through a chip, and I'm just wondering if you could articulate how would tenants talk to their chip provider to advocate for something that they might need or issues that they're having on their property. What would be the process for tenants? I think it's really important that people who watch this hear how that would work.
Yes.
Angelique, are you happy to answer this? I can.
Thanks, Adelaide. What we are, as you know, working on at the moment is our new tenancy management system, which is going to have a tenant portal and an ability to give us direct feedback. We've also built into that, if we did move to a chip model, that would come with us. And the company that run that use that for social housing around the world. And they've got some amazing stories of tenant engagement and making changes to the system and providing feedback. What Otatahi set up to is a tenant advisory group that's been really successful, and that, you know, is a real voice of the community. So we would absolutely look to, you know, ensure that we're giving tenants, especially through that transition period and set up, the ability to give us feedback, you know, in a continuous fashion, so we can get in early and address any concerns that they might have.
Yeah, thanks, Angelique. And I'll just supplement that with saying that under the regulatory framework, one of the performance standards is tenant participation. So there's absolutely an expectation that as a registered community housing provider, an organisation would have mechanisms in place that tenants can give feedback on the level of service or that their satisfaction with their tenancy manager. So part of that is tenancy advisory groups, and for an organisation of scale, which a Wellington City Council chip would be, there's likely to be an expectation that that mechanism would be in place. Registered community housing providers are also required to have a complaints process. So that means that if a tenant has an issue or wants to provide feedback, that they're able to provide that to the organisation. And what would happen under a complaints management process is that low-level complaints will be managed in person, and then depending on the severity, that may then be escalated up to the board. So there's absolute visibility on what's going on for the tenants. And then the regulator will also be able to monitor those complaints through their annual monitoring process. So you could say that there's almost a high level of accountability under a chip model, which allows tenants' voice to be heard to a greater extent than maybe is what's present, potentially.
I guess one of the things that I'm aware is that sometimes the community like to be able to lobby into, you know, if there's a sort of a high level decision that's made that really impacts them negatively, giving your individual feedback isn't the same as being able to collectively do something. Obviously the advisory board would have some sort of role, but you know, it's that community activism which I guess people will be worrying about losing, and I wonder, you know, what that sort of process would look like. And I think, I don't know whether there's an answer to that, but yeah, it's that sort of wider community lobby process.
I think, you know, there will definitely be an opportunity, Councillor Day, through the consultation process if we do go down this path. So there'll be public consultation, but there will be direct on-site tenant consultation, you know, workshops, interpreters, you know, and getting feedback. And as we go through the design process, you know, we want tenants to be at the heart of that, you know, in terms of what the new service will look like and what do we do well now, but what else would you like to see? So I'd absolutely see forums for tenants to come together in any way that suits them, so we can listen to that and act on it.
I think I'm sort of also thinking of like longer term. So if the housing provider makes so the CHIP makes a decision which you know, a number of tenants aren't happy with and they're feeling like they're not being heard, what would be their avenue would it be the advisory group? You know, like how would they get that momentum that they can get around a political scenario like a council?
Thanks, Councillor Day. So absolutely, the Tenancy Advisory Group would be one avenue. You know, often what will happen is that that group would sit at a governance level, so they would have a direct line into the board. So to be able to influence those decisions, you know, there's also things like tenant feedback surveys, so tenants can give that feedback regularly to get that community action, that group feel. One of the requirements is that tenants are made aware of big decisions affecting them, so they have that opportunity to know what's coming up, so that they can then gather around that issue and feed that information through. Now, if their voice isn't being heard, then that's when your complaints process would come through, and then they have the option to escalate their issues to the regulator if they need to, or there's still, under the options which have been presented, there's still council appointed representatives on the board of that organisation, so there is a line into council as well, should it be needed.
Thank you. Thank you, that's helpful. All right, Deputy Mayor Free, did you still have a question? With your hands up.
Apologies, I'll take it down.
Okay, well, it looks like that's all our questions now. So thank you to the officers for answering our questions and for all your work in the background. I know there's been many hours of meetings that this represents, so thank you very much. I now invite Councillor Fitzsimons to move the paper, and it is just noting that it's an amended substantive.
Yeah, and I'll touch on that shortly. I too want to join with the chair of this committee in thanking the officers and the mayor for the work that's gone into this. It's not really that easy to be bringing a paper like this to a very public forum and at the same time managing a process with government officials, with cabinet ministers, and with the whole range of stakeholders and people involved in this behind the scenes. And I do feel like it's kind of giving you an example of one of those awkward interview questions when it says, can you tell us about a time when you've managed a whole lot of different interests? Because this is not easy. And I get that having us discuss it in this way with the media spotlight and it being very, very public while you're also trying to negotiate and discuss with ministers and make sure that you're making the right decisions. It's not at all easy. So I want to just genuinely acknowledge the officers working behind the scenes on this, many of whom have been doing so for some time. And I did want to particularly single out Angelique for your work with our tenants. You've just got a lovely, compassionate touch that is grounded in the reality of their lives, and you can hear that in the answers that you give. And I know when I've raised issues with you about tenants, the dignity you show towards those people and the respect you give them and the approach to answering those questions and dealing with those issues it speaks well of you and speaks well of city housing. And I guess I did want to talk about how this is happening in a context. We need urgently more social housing in Wellington. We have really long waiting lists. Our own homes are desperately in need of upgrading and major renewals of just the existing stock. It is at the moment unaffordable for many of our tenants to live in city housing. We have an approach to rent setting that we've tried to reform on at least 2 occasions and walked back from it, and that's because it's hard, but those problems remain. We've also got a situation where housing of our tenants is concentrated in particular areas. We have people with really complex needs, many of whom are struggling to lead their best lives and to get by financially. We have many people all living together with really, really difficult and complex needs, and that has its own challenges. We've also, in a context where this council's already had a very significant bailout from government, a $220 million bailout, only in 2007. But of course, since then, we've had increases to GST, earthquake strengthening requirements, changes in the building code, a construction market that is much, much more expensive than it was when we entered into the deed. So I think it's important to understand the context in which we're operating. And one of the things I'm very conscious of is that we can't just solve the problem for today. We need to think about the future. And I want to, on that basis, really acknowledge Leah, Yurido, and the housing advocates that came and spoke to us today, and also the tenants of City Housing, many of whom I've met personally, but also we all met when they came along and gave submissions on the rent changes. And they took the time to come and speak to us, sometimes in a very confronting way and in a deeply personal way, about the changes that we were proposing. And we said to them at the time that their voices had made a difference, and they did make a difference. We shelved the plans we had for changes in rent setting, but we also see the difference they made in one of the key pillars that that these recommendations in the paper include, which is that when we're analysing the options, the prioritised objectives, the first one of those is tenant wellbeing. So we're going to assess anything we do in the future against what is in the wellbeing and the best interests of our tenants. And that means improving rental affordability and social outcomes for existing and future tenants. So that is because of the work that our tenants have done and because of the commitment this council has made to them. And I guess I did just want to talk about the fact that successive councils have put City Housing in the too hard basket. We tried to do rent changes just before the last local body election. It was shelved. We tried to do it again more recently, and it was again shelved. But also this council has forbidden ratepayer money being spent on City Housing and even charged City Housing itself rates. And I want to commend Councillor Pannett for the amendment that she's going to bring on that, because it isn't going to solve everything, but it is a show of support and strength to City Housing and a commitment from this council towards City Housing. And I think many Wellingtonians already think there is rates funding of City Housing. People I speak to are proud that we have social housing in our city, and I think they wrongly assume that they already contribute to it. So I think that what Councillor Pannett is doing in that space is a very good idea. I also just want to acknowledge that there is a lot of genuine concerns about a community housing provider or a CHIP. And I think that anxiety and those concerns come from a good place. I'm anxious. I'm not sure this is the right thing to do. I'm feeling my way with this one. And that all is because at the heart of this, tenant wellbeing has got to be central to our decisions. And I think officers have heard that in the kind of nuanced middle ground approach they've suggested in option 2 in the paper. And I guess I want to just follow up the question I asked about government support. I think it's critical that we understand this council can't simply elect to create a CHIP. We have to get agreement from government. We're in a different situation than other councils around the country because we've already had a significant bailout. We have a deed with the Crown and we can't default on that. So we need to carry on this work. I think it's the only responsible course of action. But I am cautious and I am concerned about the impact this would have on other community housing providers in Wellington. We would be by far the largest, and I am concerned that we crowd them out of the important work that they're doing. And so before any consultation in next year's annual plan, I'll be needing to see a very clear commitment from government about what we're consulting on, because we've already run tenants through a consultation process and then not gone forward on it. We can't do that again. We need a clear commitment. We need to be consulting on something much more than an idea. And I do just want to let people know that I had a text message this morning from the City Missioner, Murray Edridge, who already has some expertise in operating community housing and is interested in talking to the council about how we can do this further. So I think that there is potential that we find the kind of community housing provider that this council would be comfortable with. I guess just finally 2 things. I want to talk about the income-related rent discussions because they are critical. It would change everything for us. And as a council, politically, we have been united and consistent on this. We've taken it to local government New Zealand. We've made representations to government repeatedly. We have been clear and direct and united on the need for the income-related rent subsidy. And we know that it would significantly improve the lives of our tenants overnight, and that it is something that would also address the operational shortfall facing city housing. So it would be a game changer, and it would be, you know, an incredible life-changing policy for our tenants. But we do need to plan on the basis that it may or may not go ahead. And I think that's why this work is responsible. It is the right thing to do, because we cannot be left in a situation where we defer it again and leave it to another council. It's too important for that. And I also just want to comment on, finally, the amended substantive that I've put forward, which is around mixed housing development. So Warwick Taylor described this as building a community, not a ghetto. I wouldn't quite put it that bluntly, but I do think we need to raise our sights above simply the financial survival of city housing. This council needs to play a role in building strong, mixed communities of warm, safe, dry housing, which means that social housing tenants, low-income workers, and even those paid above the average wage are living together in the same complexes, and we're building strong and mixed communities. I do think we need to be bold and work with Kāinga Ora and others, not just to save city housing or address the operational shortfall, but to build thousands of affordable social and market rentals all over Wellington. And if we do this right, we can cross-subsidise internally and make city housing sustainable in the future. So I ask for your support for the paper.
Kia ora. So I'm going to second the paper, and I will only speak briefly to it because I think Councillor Fitzsimons has done a good job of covering all bases. But I do want to just start by acknowledging Councillor Fitzsimons, because this is an incredibly hard portfolio to have held, and Councillor Fitzsimons has done a really amazing job with being creative and thinking about all the different ways that we could address the issues. So thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. You are making a difference, and you have made a difference, and you've certainly helped to stretch our thinking, which I think is really important. And I think it is important to acknowledge what you just said there around the fact that we've been focused on financial survival, and it has been that way for council for so long, and amongst all of that we've had a housing crisis which is just growing, and so it has become about more than just thinking about how to make what we have right now financially viable. It's about saying, actually, we have a lot of people in our community who can no longer afford the market rents that are out there, and so we actually need more social and affordable housing than we have ever. And we see that with our long wait lists. And I just want to acknowledge the complexity of the situation we're in and the way that the staff have and are working their way through this. It is really hard to be negotiating with a number of different parties and to make sure that you're making progress and not just ending up standing still, which I think we feel like we've been doing for a few years. So I want to see a solution that removes this burden from our tenants now, but not just that it removes the burden from the tenants, but actually that we start to remove the burden from people who haven't even got a hope of being our tenants at the moment because we haven't got enough houses. And we must be creative, and that's why I'm really pleased to see the amended substantive. And I know that officers have been working on this, and we're talking about bringing this to us, but we feel it's important that people publicly see that councillors have been working with officers and asking for work on what we can do to diversify and make sure that our stock is sustainable. And the deed is complex. It's been quite hard as a councillor to get your head around something that was signed up to so long ago that now seems so irrelevant to our situation. And I think, you know, I still believe that we've got a way to work through that, but we need to remember that the deed does lock us in a slightly different way to other councils who have established chips. So we do have to follow the process and make sure that we are working with government on that. And I just want to acknowledge too that we have focused a lot on IRRS, and it is clearly, as we've heard today, a very big part of our future solution, but it can't be seen as the only solution. And I think it would be wrong for this council to only focus on IRRS, because all that does is keep us in the situation we're in as far as the supply of our houses. So it is one solution, and I think it's really important that we are focusing on different ways of making sure that this is being addressed in the future. Thank you. So now I can see Councillor Paul would like to speak.
Hey, kia ora koutou, Bulavanaka, assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to really thank all of the people who came and spoke to us this morning. And just to reflect briefly on Councillor Fitzsimon's comments, that as a council, we have been united. We've gone to LGNZ. Councillor Fitzsimon's been working really hard with the Minister directly. There's all these conversations going on, but I think it's so critical to have that human face about the reality of what it is like to live in council housing. And so I want to thank all those people for putting that human face to the reality. I don't think any of the people who came and spoke to us this morning are confused, and the tenants that I've spoken to, I don't believe that they are confused. I think some of them have lived in chips. I think some of them have friends who have lived in chips. Rosie, who spoke to us this morning from Air 2, worked for city housing. She knows communities in every council housing flat in this city. I don't think it's that they are against chips. I think that it is, well, what I heard is that they want to stay in council housing. They like the accountability that they have with their councillors. They like coming to meetings and holding us directly accountable, especially around election time, as we all know. And some have had really positive experiences with council, and we all know how hard our city council, our city housing team works. I think it's not as simple as just being about our tenants wanting a roof over their head. They want access to the IRRS. And yes, absolutely, government makes the call on that. But these are the people who will put the pressure on the government to make this a budget priority. They came here this morning letting us know exactly what they want, understanding what the options are, and saying, this is what we need, and we want to stay in council housing. So yes, chips are most likely part of the solution. Absolutely, we need every single lever we can pull in a housing crisis. But I think the point of tenants coming to speak to us this morning as they are urging us to really sing this from the rooftop, to use every connection and relationship that we have in our positions of power and our positions of privilege to demand the IRS for our tenants. And obviously I've also got my caution and suspicion around chips, and I really want to make sure they're done properly, because, you know, obviously you'll be suspicious of anything that came under the key government. So I think I just really want to reiterate what David Cook said, that we need our tenants in our city. Our city would be nothing without them. They are an integral role of our community, and council have an important role in providing a healthy, abundant and secure housing portfolio. And the private market, as we heard this morning, is not an option. It's a scary place for everybody. I find it a scary place as an educated, well-paid, able-bodied person. But if you are disabled, if English is not your first language, if you are a pensioner, you know, this is an even scarier place that you probably won't have the opportunity to ever enter. So yes, there may have been ways that councils have failed in terms of the deed, but I think the government have some responsibility to accept as well, because the reality is that market rent rates would not be a problem if market rent wasn't out of control, if Wellington City wasn't the most expensive place to live in this country, and if our rents have risen from 36% since 2016. So I think it's not about fighting about who is most at fault in this situation, because it's our tenants who suffer when we argue amongst each other. It's about a united front to getting the solution that would be ideal, and it's about raising the bar, keeping the pressure on, keeping this issue in the media, and putting a human face to this public issue. So I really want to thank the tenants for their contribution to that, and everybody, particularly Councillor Fitzsimons, for all of your mahi in this area. And I believe we can win. I believe this is a winnable issue. The Minister has not ruled it out. It's obviously not the silver bullet, but I think we have to keep our eyes on the prize. And yeah, so kia ora.
Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I guess I just want to reflect how this situation has worsened over the years, that a change hasn't, a solution hasn't been found. And the background of, my least favourite topic actually, which is the housing crisis. And even yesterday there was, I don't know if people saw the media story of overcrowding in our hospital, because which is obviously extremely dangerous, particularly at the given time, because there are people, long-term patients, who have nowhere to go. So it shows the importance of, being able to increase the stock of city housing, because there is literally not enough housing and it is not affordable, and we have driven up costs not only in Wellington City but across the region. and driving people further and further away. I guess one thing I have said is I don't think that we should have to change the ownership structure of our housing in order to be eligible for IRRS. And I believe that, because for the tenants, it actually, as we've heard, living next door to each other, one through a chip, one through city housing, and paying vastly different sums, and actually their experience is largely similar. But we also have to be very careful not to back ourselves into a corner. And because ultimately, I welcome this community campaign. It's a great idea to really get that community voice and call on government and demand the equity for access of IRRS. But if it doesn't happen, the consequences of not having progressed the work of the chip will be very serious, and much more along the lines of, more people being homeless, or us not being able to do the work that we need to do. Because I think ultimately what is most important is that we can increase the stock of affordable quality housing in Wellington. And the vehicle, to me, is maybe less important, but, I do have heard very strongly that preference for IRRS, and that's my preference as well. So I'll be continuing to advocate for it, and welcome that community voice. But I really don't want people to be alarmed about a chip. If that's what we have to do, we will do it. We will put as many requirements as possible to make sure that the tenant's experience is better and we do more. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly open and share a few of the stories that have come through different manuhiri and people in our social housing tenants as well. And firstly, to kind of acknowledge David Cook and Kate Day and Mary and a whole range of people who have been really strong advocates, not just on this issue, but many other welfare issues for the tenants in our own housing. There was a question that I asked really early on in my term. This was before the government brought in a whole bunch of changes for rents, and that was, does our own housing comply with our own standard of rental warranted fitness? And the answer I got was, oh, I don't know, let's go follow that up for you. And then the answer we got back was pretty much no, none of our housing complies with our own rental warranted fitness. And we know that this is a really strong result and a consequence of us not putting enough rates funding into it, our hesitancy to reform the way that we structure the model, and the fear of others, not having quality wages, not having adequate benefits for people as well, and that the state of our renewals is incredibly poor, to the point where over lockdown, when we were doing Meals on Wheels through City Mission, the feedback that we got back from social workers we were sending into places like Granville and others was that it was dubbed as bad as the suicide flats. Now, as my legacy on City Council, that's a pretty shocking thing to know, that a nickname for a whole housing development is so unlucky that if you get placed there because we do not have the finances to adequately renew all of our social housing, that something can be given a name like that, and that is so serious. Just to speak out, we have been advocating towards central government incredibly hard. I took 2 MPs of this current government through the City Mission, and they were real stoked and real chuffed. It was just after budget week, and we had upped the benefits by, I think, $40 for a couple of groups of people. And we walked into the lounge and they said, well, that's just great because City Council just put up our rents by $50. And it just kind of spoke to the inadequacy of things. There are dozens of stories. Manuhiri pick up the paper and they see things like Wellington City Council was thinking of selling off city housing, or the government won't step up, or another meeting is had to between officers and councillors and advocating to Minister Woods and things like that. And there's a whole bunch of misinformation and fear around that. We've already consulted in several other places about the changes to our rents and that kind of subsidy, and that is a really large concern for me. It is a really common question of what are you doing about income-related rent subsidies? This is not too complex for our city housing tenants to understand. They've organised around this. There are many more conversations than the people who were able to speak with us this morning. And I'm super excited to go and get out there, and I welcome and hope that many of us can attend on the 16th. And I believe that we should be pushing full throttle to not only ensure that the sustainability of our housing is done, but that we get the renewals sorted, because at the moment I do not currently have faith in the model that we've got, and I'm also very suspicious of progressing with the chip as well. I hope that we can get to a time where we'll be excited and nonetheless. And then lastly, just to thank Angelique and her amazing team, because they really just do the most, and our tenancy managers do an awesome amount of work and mahi in responding to a whole lot of challenges.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to all of the councillors who've spoken. And also, can I just echo the all the thanks to our staff who've done a wonderful job, not only in pulling this paper together, but also do a wonderful job looking after and engaging with our tenants on an ongoing basis, every day. So really appreciate that. I just wanted to start off by just reflecting on this morning's public participation. I did think there was some confusion about the relationship between a chip and IRS. This is not about the chip versus IRS. The chip is a way of getting us to IRS. It might take some time to get there, but it is just a way of getting. I think we all want the same thing. We want to be in a situation where our tenants have affordable rentals, and clearly that is not the case at the moment. We want to be in a position where, as a housing provider, whether it's us or whether it is a chip model, which still involves us, it's not as though we will be outside of that completely, that it's sustainable on a long-term basis. And we also want to be in a position, and the government is very, very clear on this, that we are in a position that we can actually afford to, in some way or other, build new housing, new social housing, because at the moment we can't. Every time we build a new house, it's actually costing us money. It makes the situation worse, and that's not a good position to be in, and that's a function of the model that we've got. So the paper's about those three things: affordability for our tenants, front and centre. Secondly, sustainability and affordability of the housing portfolio for the City Council and for our ratepayers, and thirdly, that issue of additionality. We've heard this morning about our tenants really struggling. Some of those stories, they are quite heartbreaking, really, and we want to do something about that. And we heard it's inequitable. I mean, how can it be right that two families in the same situation, two tenants in the same situation, potentially even in the same complex, are paying completely different amounts of money? That affects their lives, their lifestyles, their state of mind. That can't be right. And we know that there is a model at the moment that we've got in this country, which is that income-rated rents are available to government housing tenants, to third-party housing tenants through chips, but not to councils. And I think we've all observed that's not a particularly equitable situation. So it's a real struggle to. The numbers back that up. The paper that we had in June said that 92% of our tenants are paying 25% or more of their income in rents, 92%, and 75% of them are paying 35% of their income in rents or more. So the example that we heard this morning, that's, there are a lot of people in that situation. That's very, very tough. It's unaffordable, and it's only going to get worse, because as rentals keep rising and as housing stock, every time we go and improve our housing stock, the value of that housing stock goes up. Guess what? So does the rental, even if it's only 70% of the market rental. So that model is broken for our tenants, and it's broken for us as a council as well. You look at the numbers, which are again repeated in this paper. We are looking at the moment, every day that this takes, we are effectively losing another $30,000 every day. And over the 10 years of our LTP, the average daily loss is $71,000. So think about that in terms of what we aspire to do as a council. That's not the way we want to go. We have to do something different. And if you look at the rates impact, if we were simply to say, let's do this by rates, we will be putting a 7% rates increase on our ratepayers every year, just for city housing, on top of that's on top of everything else that we've got to do. That clearly is not tenable economically, financially, socially, or politically. So for me, we've got to take action. We've got to do it now. And so I'm just going to say, councillors, I'm really proud of all of you that we made that unanimous decision in June to embark on these twin paths. I think that showed a lot of courage. It's something that previous councils didn't do. We knew that graph of doom was coming. We knew what it looked like, and we knew we had to do something, but it wasn't done. And I think I got to say well done to all of you, because for some it's particularly difficult for going, yep, we're going to do something about this. And Councillor Fitzsimons, can I just say in particular to you, thank you for your courageous and empathetic work on this, and I completely agree with everything you said in your introduction to this paper. So I really appreciate that. The one thing I did say, and I did ask that question of Kate from the Anglican Advisory Services, the best time that we could have done this would have been several years ago. Look at Christchurch, they started in 2016, and they've got now 40-odd% of their tenants who are already on income-related rents. But the best day, if we didn't do it in 2016, the best day to do it is now, not to delay again. Now, I'm just going to finish off by saying the twin paths, you asked me to formalise discussions with the Minister of Housing. We've been doing that. They are really constructive discussions. Councillor Fitzsimons joined me with the formal meeting that we had recently, and I think it was a very positive discussion. IRRS is very much part of the discussions. There are other bits as well, but I think so far going well. We also wanted the council officers to bring us this very paper, which they've done, and thank you, officers, for faithfully doing that. It's, in a sense, it's a really important paper, but it's also not an important paper. It commits us to nothing, but what it does do is keep open that opportunity. And I'm just going to finish just by talking about the Christchurch housing model, because we did have the Chief Executive of Otatahi Community Housing Trust come and talk to us. And going back, not only just reflecting on what the officers said, but going back and looking at their website. What does it say right up front? Is at Otatahi Community Housing Trust, tenants are at the centre of all we do. It's not about saying this is some nasty organisation which is not looking after the tenants. It's quite the reverse. And if you look at its governance model, is very transparent. Again, it's not about council walking away. So they've got 3 councillors on the trust and representatives at the moment of the Christchurch Methodist Mission, which is why I asked the question of the Anglican Church, the Canterbury District Health Board, Age Concern, and the Rata Foundation, which is their equivalent of our community trust. And so to me, that's completely different to the kind of model that A2 talked about, which is us being a minority shareholder in a profit-driven airport company. And if you look at their newsletter, it's all about the great stuff that they're doing. And I was just really impressed, building new homes. They've got two separate developments mentioned there, and that's just the latest one. Installing 2,200 heat pumps, 2,000 kitchen vents and draft stopping, new e-cars and e-bike schemes. They've got stuff about housing heroes and tenancy advisory groups. So look, I think what you've got there is the potential for something which is really focused on looking after tenants, if that's the way we go. I'm agnostic as to whether it's council doing it or whether it's a CHIP doing it, but what I do know is that we can't stand still. We can't be in the position that we are today. The minister said that she considers legislation we required to give IRS directly to council tenants. She's indicated that would be 12 to 18 months if we go down that track. Equally, establishing a CHIP will take some time, although I think we can do it much faster than Christchurch, which started essentially from nothing to getting in place in 2.5 years. We've already started the work, and also we don't have to reinvent the wheels that others have already invented. So, councillors, look, I really welcome. The final thing is to say I really welcome engaging with our tenants. I think it's great that they are getting involved. I've had several discussions with significant community sector players who are really interested in helping us with this kōrero. So I really welcome this, and I'm certainly looking forward to more details of the meeting on the 16th, because I think working together, all of us, the 15 of us, our staff, and all of the tenants and all of the other organisations in the city, we will get to a position where we get a great outcome for our tenants, for our city, and for additionality of housing. So I commend the paper to you.
Kia ora, koutou. What we're going to do now, because I think we've still got a bit more debate, because I know Councillor Pennett's got some amendments which will take a little bit of time. So I think it is the best time now to stop for our kai for lunch. Is everybody okay with half an hour? I am open to longer if people need it, but I think half an hour is probably enough.
I'd be grateful for half an hour, because otherwise I'm never going to get to the National Council meeting.
Fair enough. Okay, so half an hour. So we'll come back at 1:05.
So I may be a bit late because I need to go out and get some food for lunch.
Okay, that's okay. We'll go for 1:05. Thank you.
KFC Terrace, Nicola.
I've never had KFC in my life, and it's not going to change.
Uber Eats.
Very wise.
Oh yeah, but then they do expect the drivers, you know, and you should be worried about workers' rights.
They do deliver.
Extra.
The sound does still come through the live stream, councillors, just so you're aware.
Well, I'm happy to go. I'm happy to go on record with that statement.
Right, Macca's.
Oh, off I go.
vote amendment, then
For as many amendments as there are.
and then
For school holidays. We'll just completely get out of your
Jill, hi. Oh, sorry.
Hi.
Sorry. I've just been speaking to Diane. Sorry, I'm going to make another amendment to my wording.
Okay.
Just around the rates and just might make it more a comprehensive package of initiatives. So
you're going to send that through now?
Yeah, I just need to do that. So I'm very sorry.
So are you happy for Diane to speak and then you go?
It's probably better. I wonder if, just given mine is quite substantial, it's not sorry, and I apologise for not.
Because we're about to reconvene, so.
Did
we ever get an answer about whether the government departments are paying rates?
Okay. Hey, Jill, can you hear me, Jill?
Yes, I can.
Brilliant, thank you. Just checking. Thank you. Technical.
Councillor Rush, I interpreted the answer was that they would be because housing isn't exempt from rating, and that is in the same camp. But if you would like to
I don't want to raise it now. Don't want to upset the government.
Send an email. Send an email.
Yeah.
Oh, Sean, that would be first. Hey, look, sorry, I just do need to do a little bit of tweaking. So if someone else wants to go before me, that would be
Diane can.
Are you all right with that, Diane?
Yep, fine.
Just to get better, but then you can talk. You can talk to it after that. Thank you.
No, that's fine, and thank you for making a slight adjustment as well.
Sorry, so I'll just say we're going to reconvene the meeting now. It's after 1:05, which is when we're going to be back, and I can see. Actually, I should just check if we've got a quorum. 2, 4, 6. Yes, we have.
I'm still eating, so I'm going to take my face off.
That's right. I know you're there now. We've got a quorum, so we can get underway. So I'm going to hand over now to Councillor Calvert to speak to the paper. Thanks.
Thank you. And first up, I just want to actually endorse Councillor Poole's comments because I think I pretty much agree with everything she said, and she said it so articulately as well. So thank you, Councillor Poole. And you can say, I know it's unusual, isn't it? So, anyway, but stranger things have happened. Look, there's a couple of words that struck me when we heard the public participants, and that was dignity and discrimination. And to me, that's the heart of it. The other thing is we talk about tenants, and these are not just tenants, they're Wellingtonians. So, they are us. And I just think that is really important, that we just don't sort of put them in this little pigeonhole. So if you think about them being us, if you think about their right to dignity and their right to no discrimination, then when we talk about IRS, for me, it's regardless of whether they're in one of the city housing homes or they're in another place, whether that's a CHIP or Kainga Ora, they need to be treated with that dignity. And so it's really important, whatever happens with our social housing, that these people, if they qualify, are entitled to income-related rents. So I'm really supportive of the actions by the people of Wellington to get this profile on this inequitable solution or that we have at the moment. And in particular, can I just, I look back at, I know we moved resolutions in the past, and but they haven't made a difference. We've had meetings with ministers, that hasn't made a difference. I noticed Minister Phil Twyford, before he was in government in 2017, talked about income-related rents for council tenants, and nothing has happened. I do thank the Greens for raising it in Parliament just a couple of months ago. I thought that was really good, that they shone a spotlight on these issues, and really grateful for the people coming in to talk to us this morning, again, raising the spotlight. That this is real people that we're talking about. These are real issues, and we need to find a solution. So I know we have to do different investigations, and I'm comfortable that we still have to proceed down looking at what a CHIP may mean. But at the end of the day, we need to come back with a comprehensive solution, because we can't just keep pushing this around like this seemingly happened in the last few years. And as a council, I think what we need to do is we need to turn our attention back onto housing. Is it a priority for this council? Because what I have seen is that we've lost that priority on housing and that focus. I know one of you mentioned Granville Flats, and I agree. I think that's terrible. We need to do something about that. But what happens is, the only time that's been in the news was when a temporary cycleway was put up against it. And so what I'm saying is that we need to make sure that we are putting our resources where we need to put them. We don't have a bottomless pit of money. So for me, housing is a priority, and we need to actually show that as a council. So I look forward, when we come to our next annual plan, that we do see housing to the fore. There's the whole housing continuum, but we need to also deal with social housing at this time. So, and I'm really pleased that the ETU and the living wage and the tenants are actually inviting the minister to come and hear directly from them, because there seems to have been a bit of, for whatever reason, the minister doesn't seem to have had all the right information. So I'm looking forward that they will have an opportunity to talk directly with the minister, and I'm very hopeful that when the minister sees the real people in front of them and hears the true facts, that we may see some progress in this area, or at least on IRS. So generally, I will be supporting the recommendations. And I look forward to Councillor Pannett's amendments, which we'll see whether I can support those as well. So thank you.
I just want to confirm, Councillor Calvert, that some of those organisations you mentioned were actually speaking as individuals, not as the organisation today.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
Just to clarify for them.
I apologise, but I thought that some of them had been involved. And anyway, I support whatever they're doing, whether individuals or whether they're groups. But it's great to see.
Just some of those organisations might not want to be mentioned.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Pennant, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Right. Well, kia ora koutou and bula vanaka. Thank you for all your wonderful speeches. And like Councillor Calvert, I'd like to thank Councillor Paul for her very articulate acknowledgement of our tenants, who are actually the most important players in this debate today. And I just want to acknowledge, for many of you, life is really hard. There will be joy too, of course, but life is really hard, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that you are all entitled, that you are able to enjoy a dignified life. So kia ora to you, and thank you for your very articulate presentations today. They were incredibly powerful, and it just really motivated me even more to bring this, what is quite a substantial amendment. I'd also like to acknowledge some colleagues, Councillor Fitzsimons for her years of leadership on this issue. Councillor Calvert has been very, very persistent about talking about the IRRS for some years, and others as well. Councillor Paul, you're playing a role now too, so it's very much appreciated. And of course to our staff who have done a great deal of work in what is an incredibly difficult area of council work. So the philosophical stuff is that I stand in strong defence of council being a provider of housing, and not just of housing, of water services as well, and planning. And I guess for me, the context of this debate is that at the moment there is some very fundamental reform of local government, and that it does feel to me that we are being pulled apart a little bit, that we are literally within the space of a week having another talk about getting rid of some assets which the community have built up over many years. And so I want to put this debate in that context, that I believe in local government. While yes, there could be some things that are improved, while there needs to be some reform, I still believe that local government providing leadership amongst our community to provide public goods, environmental protection and economic development is the best form of government. And I certainly do not say that we should just keep institutions alive for the sake of it. It's because it's a critical part of our government. And I think the global pandemic has showed the importance of local government and central government. It is not the market that has responded so much, it is government. And Councillor Calvert, I would just like to refer to your comments. Yeah, look, I'm really sad that we have to have such a big debate around the IRRS, because I know our colleagues in government are very sympathetic and very supportive. And to me, it is a very modest contribution to some very good outcomes. We've had a lot of discussion around costs, around this, how much will cost the ratepayer, but we have had no analysis on the other side about the costs of not taking action, the costs of delayed healthcare because you can't afford to go to the doctor or get the medication, the costs of living in less than ideal housing, the costs of not being able to provide for your children. These are very significant costs. So for me, advocating hard for the IRRS is quite a simple thing. So look, I really do appreciate the constructive feedback of a number of you. You've really helped me with these amendments today, so I appreciate that. So just want to be clear. Now, sorry, I'm just trying to put two screens. Sean, the amendments are up on the screen. So first of all, to Mayor Foster, yes, I've kept the commitment to a two-path pathway to looking at the future sustainability, but I am advocating that our preferred position is that council retain ownership of city housing. I believe that government is the best vehicle to own critical assets. I think it is very problematic that chips were, maybe for some good reasons, but were also used as a vehicle to remove the state from state housing, when absolutely the state must continue to have a job in housing and providing good housing. So it's just acknowledging our significance in the rental market in this country. We're the second largest landlord, and that we've been housing Wellingtonians since the 1950s. So I'd just like for that preferred position to be reflected in the consultation, which we will go out. In terms of 2D around the PCP, I'm going to get the seconder to talk about that. I think it sounds interesting, and she will be able to speak about it more articulately than me. And I just wanted to, this was Councillor Finn's suggestion, that we do really honour the very articulate submissions today from our community about what the IRRS means to them, and that we make further representation to the government, so they are very clear that there is very significant community support for the subsidy. Now, look, what I've done, because I have had some feedback that the issue of rates funding is a little bit tricky, is that I have, and sorry, Sean, we're just going to take B and C out too. I'm just going to leave it with A, which is to consider a comprehensive financial package to achieve the sustainability for city housing. Now, for me, that may include rates. I don't understand still how it became a bad thing to pay for a public good like this, which has so many benefits, but nevertheless, I just would rather get some more support for this. So a financial package may include a number of things, and we need that advice, and it is appropriate that the annual plan long-term committee consider that. Obviously, I appreciate that this committee doesn't have delegations to do that. I think that this is a reasonably straightforward way if you believe that local government can in fact play an important role. And it's wonderful to hear that our tenants are actually happy with what we're doing. Obviously we need to do more, but we are on the right track. Now, I just want to speak just really briefly now about why I'm sceptical about chips. So as we heard today, there will be many in the community who will be opposed. The reason we are in this position is because we adopted a financial model that just hasn't worked, and because the IRRS in 1992 under a national government was refused to council. And that's become a very problematic policy environment. I, like with water, I'm concerned about the risk of privatisation, and I do not agree around the risk of failure. A chip is not big enough not to fail. It could fail and would or sell if they get into financial strife with very significant implications. These are assets which the city has built up over decades, and you know, the arguments around a chip just seem they're a little bit bizarre, because they can't happen without enormous support from council, funding and stock and land, and yet we are told that we cannot do the same work that a chip potentially could with some government policy setting changes. In saying that, I do believe, and of course I've sat on the board of it, you know, of a housing provider. It is good to have some diversity in the market, particularly with iwi, but I still believe that local government must have a very, very big a part to play. The IRRS is just it is a no-brainer. It's almost ridiculous that we even have to be having a debate about $13 million to give security and good health our tenants. And of course the costs have gone up because we want increased living standards for our community. That's really all I wanted to say. Oh, except just, sorry, the last point was around the precedent. Look, on every issue we can make a decision about whether to fund with rates, and I think this is just one of the big areas where we haven't, and we need to consider it. The other area is waste, of course, but that will be through a lot of other work. We will look at other funding mechanisms. Rates clearly aren't the only game in town, and we need to look at some other ones. And Councillor Finn, second. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Just before we go further, I'm wondering if it can be emailed to councillors, and we will need some questions, because I've got some questions, because this is quite different to what we saw earlier.
Yeah, sorry, I have been changing it.
You've been working in real time.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'll email that through now.
That would be fantastic, because then we can see it and ask our questions from there. But I can see that we've already got a couple of questions, and we'll start with Councillor Bondi. So, also, sorry, actually, can I just say too that the staff, this has only just gone to the staff, so some of their advice will be limited because they haven't had that much time to consider it as well. Can I just see from the Wellington City Council officers room if you feel that you can answer our questions? Obviously, you'll just have to say if you can't, but
so just to say though, I did get some advice from officers this morning, so it's not all that new.
Some of it's different though.
Yeah, can you hear us, Jill?
Yep.
Yeah, it is different from what we've seen before, so we haven't really had a chance to go through it and understand it and advise you yet.
Although we are able to provide some initial advice if you want that now, or do you want to wait?
It's really important that we get advice that means that we can make a decision that we feel comfortable with.
Can I suggest we have questions though? Because to be honest, Jill, this is political. It's, you know.
It is, but we can ask a question, but they haven't had a chance to talk amongst themselves yet about what their advice is. So that's a little bit tricky.
Process. please.
Okay, yes, thank you, Liz. Yes.
Thanks. My question's about process. So just so that I'm clear, so the paper's been presented and there's been opportunity to debate it, but now an amendment has been put forward. Can you tell me when does the actual recommendation that the officers put forward, when is that put?
It's already been put. So what happens is under our standing orders, that's the initial motion that gets put forward.
When the paper's debated?
Yes. So we've already got the officer's recommendation on the table. It's got a few officer agreed changes, those two that we saw in red. And now this is an amendment which is on top of that.
Okay.
So this is just councillor amendment, and we're just trying to get
substantive motion.
Yeah, so it's separate to the substantive. Why don't we answer? We'll go with some questions, and if you feel that you can't give us the answer at this stage, just let us know, and then we'll have to make a decision as to whether we stop for a bit to get those answers sorted or whether we feel we can proceed. So we'll go with Councillor Condi first.
Thank you. Just for starters, officers, I just had a query about 2C, because I'm reading this. I'm a little bit confused about it, but I would be keen on your advice, because one interpretation of this that I can see is that it says that we just have to retain the ownership of city housing assets, which I believe is consistent with option 2 of a CHIP, where the ownership would stay in council hands, in which case 2C is identical to 12 or is already captured in 12. The alternative interpretation I can see is that it's trying to say that we shouldn't establish a CHIP at all, in which case it's a direct negative of 12, which can't be put. So I'm quite confused and would be keen for your advice on that.
Okay.
So this is, we provided some email advice on this morning, just seeking clarification ourselves. So if the amendment is saying that the council's preference is to retain the status quo operating model, then this will be included in the consultation as part of the rates and debt funding option. And increasing rates and debt are the way that in which the council would retain the status quo. If the amendment is intended to eliminate other options, so for example, to eliminate CHIP option 1, maximum CHIP that has asset transfer in it, if the intention of the amendment is to eliminate that option, our advice is that that must stay in, because that's a reasonably practicable option that has to be considered in consultation. If the amendment is simply supporting the retention of housing assets and land, then yes, that can be accommodated in CHIP option 2, which is a leasehold option. So it really depends on what the intention of the amendment is. Sorry, that was a long answer.
So I think I could talk to that. Well, should I talk to that now, or should I talk to it in debate?
I think you do need to, because the wording as it is might not necessarily be achieving what you're wanting it to.
So my concern, officers, is that your advice is that you think your preferred option is a CHIP. My preferred option is not. That doesn't mean that I'm very happy to consult on all the options. That's fine. That's not a problem. But because there is acknowledgement that there may be asset transfer, I want to make it clear that we believe in holding onto the assets. So putting on a pretty strong position at the start, that's the preferred position. Now, we may get community feedback which says just get rid of it because it's too difficult, and that's fine, but that is the intention.
So I guess the question for us is if the wording actually achieves that, and we just need to understand, because that it is a little open for interpretation there, because obviously it already says what our preference is. Beg your pardon?
Can we see that wording?
It's been emailed to you.
Cool.
So just to make that a bit easier, you can see it on your
yeah, so I guess, I mean, my wording could apply to, a CHIP in some form, but it might not. It might not be relevant, which is why it's not a direct negative.
No, it kind of, the problem is it interrelates with the recommendation, which is to retain ownership if you did create a CHIP. So I can understand what you're trying to say, but it does already apply to one of our substantive recommendations.
But just the problem is the officers have already basically come out with a recommendation, which is, I mean, that's their advice, and that's fine, but it is very political too.
Okay, well, Councillor Condi, do you have any other questions as a result of what you've heard?
I have other questions that aren't a result of what I've heard, but I also have questions as a result of what I've heard. I guess I still don't really understand what that's trying to achieve, and as long as I don't understand what it's trying to achieve, I'm not going to be able to support it. So the fact that how it interacts with 12, I'm still not there, and I'll just have to leave that council panel. I would encourage you to change the wording with officers to try and clear it up, because then I might be able to support it. But that's your decision, it's your amendment. I do have other questions, which is whether officers have any advice on the new 4, which we hadn't seen previously.
We're just having a look, Councillor.
Yeah, so this is the bringing back the comprehensive package, financial sustainability package to the APLTP committee. So our advice is that all of the comprehensive options are included in this paper. The exception to that is the parallel stream we are doing on mixed tenure development and the economic feasibility of that, and whether that could subsidise social housing in some way. So by its very nature, through the special consultative procedure, we will be bringing back, post that consultation process, to the APLTP committee a recommendation that shows both the feedback from Wellingtonians, but also what the full package is to get to a sustainable solution. So we are already doing that. So I'm not sure that that amendment is required. And the option of fully rates and debt funding is included in this paper that you're considering today.
Except, Sarah, there are other options apart from what you've listed. So I guess I just want to make sure that it's broad. What about if we can get some value uplift tax? You know, like there are other ways of funding. Just want us to be broad.
So our advice is that the only practicable options are the ones either in front of us or that are in the parallel work stream. So whether that be receiving IRS direct from the Crown, establishing a chip in the multiple ways and options that we have in front of you, debts and rate funding, or a mixture of subsidisation from developing ourselves. If there are any other suggestions, we would like to get that feedback from you, and we can continue to investigate. But from a practical, deliverable perspective, we don't believe that there are.
Yeah, well, I just want to keep that open, Sarah. I guess, yeah, when I just hear there's a couple of options, it just is a little bit, you know, I just think we should be broad about it. And look, I'm just trying to be collaborative with my colleagues too. That this is just a way of trying to give a broad sweep.
Finally, I just had a question about the public-community partnership. I know that Councillor Foon will be speaking to this, but if officers could give us a quick view about, I don't even know what this is, and I tried to Google it and couldn't find anything. And also if you can confirm that what I think note 5 says, which is that a public-community partnership would not be eligible for IRRS.
Kia ora, Councillor Condi. Yes, I did email all councillors. You just, perhaps if you didn't get it, then I apologise. Yes, our advice is that at the moment a public-community partnership doesn't exist and therefore would not be eligible for IRRS. However, we understand, having chatted to Councillor Foon, we understand the desire to maintain flexibility, and our preferred option of a charitable trust with a lease will give flexibility. So in the event that something along the lines of a public-community partnership became a viable option in this space in the future, then after the lease term ended, that's something that council could certainly look at. So we've put some wording to that effect. We've agreed that with Councillor Foon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster, you've got a part-time? He might be trying to coexist in two spaces, are you?
No, I'm good, thank you. Look, just two questions, already following up from Councillor Condi's questions. So I don't understand what a public community partnership is, so obviously Councillor Foon's going to enlighten us soon. But I'd be interested in essentially the meaning of the motion, I suppose, from.
Okay, it hasn't been introduced yet.
Yeah. Okay. But do officers have any understanding of what it actually is and how it's different from a community housing partnership?
No, Mia, we don't, to be frank, because it doesn't exist in law. Now, there are mechanisms that you can use through contracts to achieve sort of the outcomes that we believe that Councillor Frean is looking for, but our advice to the council is that we can look to achieve those outcomes through the officer preferred option, which is the charitable trust, whereby you would have members from different from the community on the governance structure.
Okay, thanks.
As well as councils.
Yeah. Okay, and the other one is C is the 2C that's Councillor Pannett's proposing seems to mix up or to sort of amalgamate some political statements along with a preferred position. But are we basically understanding that it's agreeing that the preferred position of the council is to retain ownership of the city housing assets as opposed to anything else? Because that fits with the model of leasing. If that is the track that we go down, fits with the model of leasing the assets to a community housing provider if we end up in that position. Would that be great, more comfortable for officers?
Well, I think the important thing, Mayor Foster, is that we don't limit the potential future opportunities of the CHIP that we're establishing by making a statement such as no asset ownership, because there could be a time in the future where a CHIP might wish to have some form of capitalisation to increase supply, and transfer of some assets may achieve that. So our advice would be careful not to completely rule that out. But we do think, without putting words in Councillor Pannett's mouth, that it is broadly aligned to the preferred option we are recommending, being that of a lease scenario.
Yes, sorry. My concern is that.
Okay, Councillor, I was actually still asking officers.
Yeah, no, but I need to clarify for you, because it is my concern that there will be asset transfers, and that's what I want to protect against. This is the thing, that even if you say you're just going to lease them, that's what I'm uncomfortable about.
You're not making the case for it.
No, all right, Mayor Foster, keep going.
Okay, so what you're saying, officers, is you're seeing this as just problematic, full stop, in terms of the flexibility of the way in which things might happen in 5, 10, 20 years' time.
It could be. It's not the recommended option that we've proposed, if that is the intent.
Okay, thank you.
Liz.
Just a quick question. Can officers confirm, can you get IRRS payments if you're not a CHIP? Because I thought that was the only way you could get those payments.
Yeah. Unless you're Kāinga order.
Yeah, So this one here, where is it? Agree to E. Note the community request for the income-related rent subsidy for Wellington City Council tenants, and agree to make further representation. Well, that's agreeing to be a CHIP, isn't it?
No, it's asking for a change to the regulations so that the councils can apply.
That's a big ask, given that we're asking them to even change the deed after they gave us 200 million.
Anyway, I'll respond to the debate.
We are still continuing that agreed parallel stream of work to continue to work with the Crown to seek direct access to the IRRS for our tenants. So that work is in train and is continuing as per the previous resolution.
But your answer is that currently the way the law is that the only way you can get the subsidy funding is if you're a CHIP or Kāinga order.
Correct.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Free.
I just wanted to query the last part of 2C, where it talks about this position being reflected in the consultation with the community. What exactly are you thinking of achieving there, Councillor, if I may ask?
Sorry, it's I've kind of spoken to it, I guess. That because the officers have a different view, that the preferred option is around a CHIP, and my preferred option is different.
My understanding was that we're down 2 parallel pathways, so that isn't at the moment a preferred option. But can the officers confirm that at the moment there isn't a preferred option?
So Councillor Free, our recommendation is that we do the 2 parallel options. Now, and part of the second parallel option is continuing to investigate a chip, and part of that is going out for consultation. Now, because of the significance of this issue, we need to do an LDP amendment and a special consultative procedure, and by law you must have a preferred option as part of that. So essentially officers saying on that track, when we consult, our preferred option for that consultation will be a charitable a chip that is a charitable trust that leases the assets, that receives a lease of the assets.
Yeah, so can I just, given you say in the paper that this is your preferred option, I think it would be better then to put that in the recommendation if it really is, because it's kind of confusing to have it in the body of the paper.
That's recommendation 12.
It's quite clear.
All right, let me go back to it. Okay, anyway, so what...
Can I ask a quick question? So my understanding is that we are doing these 2 parallel paths, and when we work on this other pathway that's not the chip pathway, if we are successful in achieving something else, that will stop the chip pathway happening. Is that correct?
Well, you could choose to make that decision. You wouldn't have to make that decision, but yes, you could.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's that. I think that's the key thing we have to realise, and I feel like these amendments are sort of getting a bit muddled around in that it's this. We're not closed off from anything at this point in time. This is making it confusing.
That's political though, and so yeah. Anyway, so when you're finished with questions, Chair, is it possible to have an adjournment just to have a quick chat to officers? Is that all right?
I'm just trying to figure out how you want to do the understanding orders, because you wouldn't normally allow that in any other situation.
Oh, but we do it all the time. We do it all the time when we just need to sort some word. I just need to sort some wording out about 12C. Sorry, 2C.
I'm okay with that, but I just need to make sure that we can make it accessible for all councillors.
Oh, but if people want to listen in, yeah. But I just need to. But we do this all the time, Joel. It's very standard practice. So
we do, but I need to, because we're on Zoom, I need to make sure it's inclusive.
Okay.
We may need to set up a Teams really quickly as an option, just so that people can hear what you're saying around getting that wording right. But are there any other questions, Deputy Mayor Free? Your hand's still up. Are you wanting to ask?
I was just checking recommendation 12, and it does say the preferred option for a chip, but we're still going down the 2 parallel pathways. So I think the point you made, Councillor Day, is actually really valid. It is getting confusing trying to have these amendments, and it's just detracting from the process that seems to be outlined in the recommendations and muddling it a little bit.
Okay, so can we...
All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to suggest that we adjourn for, hopefully we can do it in 10 minutes, and I'm going to request the officers...
Can I just have a point of order, Madam Chair?
You can try a point of order. Yes, what's your point of order?
Is this even in the standing orders? Because we have a recommendation on the table, and if a councillor wants to rewrite it, then she needs to be prepared. She can't stop a meeting so that she can go and have a conversation offline to get her amendment ready.
No, we can.
It is within.
It's a point of order.
Standing orders. Yeah, no,
it is in the standing orders that you can stop a meeting to go and get your amendment all sorted.
I just want a bit more advice. Just want a bit more advice.
Pardon me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can adjourn a meeting to make sure that we have the correct information for something such as this. And I think given that we're online, it's a little different, and I want to make sure that people know what they're doing. So I think in this situation, I will rule that we will do this.
Can I just say it doesn't look very professional, and we're just confusing the public even more. We can't even get it together.
Okay, so Liz, could you maybe stick to that?
I think you better take it offline at the moment, Jill.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. So I'm requesting that if the officers can set up a quick Teams meeting, so we're going to adjourn this one. Anyone who wants to go and be involved with trying to get the wording right for this can join that Teams meeting. So I actually think in reality it's going to take probably 15 minutes by the time we get that all sorted. So let's come back at 5 to 2.
Thank you, Jill.
Councillor Day, we can stop the live stream of this meeting and continue the adjournment in here, so we don't need a separate meeting. So we'll get that set up.
But hang on, but you said that people can hear us if we're talking. With the leave of the meeting, I understand that everybody is okay with supporting. So it's now 2C, which you can read there. Just give everybody a moment just to read it. And that's really just to be able to reflect what we've heard and the importance that the community would like us to put on this. So thank you, Councillor Pennant, for your efforts there. And yes, we will now move on with the debate. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, well, it's all a bit out of whack now, but there you go. Thank you to everybody who's spoken so far. It's been really useful to hear all the different perspectives. And I just do want to I'll speak to the part that I did have an amendment about, but we've now taken down. And that is that in the UK and Europe, a public community partnership is now becoming a thing. And this way that the assets or the community is becoming the owner of assets and working with council or government to make sure that there's community participation in these and through this opportunity. The thing there is that if we compared it, thank you, Beth, but it might likely be 30 years away in New Zealand before this is a thing. But when Al Gore came out with sustainability in 1993, we wouldn't have expected that word would be, and that concept that we hadn't heard before would be in our city vision now. So I'm just flagging that there are different ownership models and opportunities that are happening in the world because the world is challenged with these same issues. I really do want to thank all of the Wellingtonians. Thank you, Councillor Calvert, for acknowledging that, who came in today with your humble perspective and voice on what life is like for you, and that how the RRS would make such a difference. I'm really thankful to have heard your voice. It's really important that we have, and it was very brave of you. And I thank you for organising yourselves to also help us to understand what it is like, but also our central government politicians as well. And I look forward to hearing you on the 16th. I did want to acknowledge our team and the amazing work that they are doing, and the just opening that survey was quite incredible experience for me. And you're right, Angelique, what we're doing is not broken, and so it's hard to be in the space where we're needing to fix it. It is unusual to hear such commendation from our tenants or our Wellingtonians who live in our housing. So I think you and your team really need to be congratulated for your care that you are giving to our tenants, and thank you that this is at the heart of the decisions that we're making. I do think that the situation where we are today is a bit it is unfortunate. I do think that council should be incentivised and encouraged to be part of the city housing journey. And at the moment, through different decisions that councils have made in the past, to the change of the system that governments have put in place, and even to the market changing, this is not encouraging, and that's why we are where we are today. But I actually think council should be and be able to be supported to be a housing provider. Also, sorry, just give me a moment. I do thank you for the work that you are doing on the chip. I think the officers, what you are bringing to us is choosing the best of the spirit of Wellington to be able to put in the new model that we are having to look at. So thank you for listening and understanding how we are to make that palatable for us, but also to keep the tenants at the heart of this. And I do just want to acknowledge Councillor Fitzsimons and all our councillors that are working really hard in this space. I know Councillor Fitzsimons, I remember when we came in and you put your hand up for the housing portfolio and you said to me, everybody loves housing, but what you didn't put in was actually, and it's going to be really hard. So I just want to acknowledge the space that we're in and that everyone is trying very hard to find the space that's going to work best for all. So yes, that is all I want to say today, but that tenants must remain at the heart of the decisions we make, but also I want the government to see and listen that that is a big call, and that's why I'm thankful for the amendment that you're bringing, Councillor Pennant, today, that we are making that claim still to government. That's really what we want to get out of today. Thank you.
Councillor Condé.
Thank you. Very quickly, I think, you know, I'm certainly in agreement that what we need to do is get IRRS funding for our tenants. Like that's what we're trying to do here. We want to make sure that they're eligible for IRRS funding. It would be great if we can get it through the government and directly through Wellington City Council so that we can continue to provide city housing. But I think the reality is that if that doesn't happen, we need to be prepared with a plan B. And our plan B is a chip that would then provide a different way for our tenants to get access to IRRS. It's just not fair that they don't have access to it at the moment, and we have to get them access to it. Councillor Pennant, you talked about the cost of not doing things, and I guess that for me, it's the cost of not progressing on the chip at the moment. If we don't progress on the chip, and then in next year's budget, it turns out that the government isn't going to prioritise IRRS for councils, then we've created a whole bunch of costs. We're behind the 8 ball on that one, and it is going to be even longer before our tenants can get access to IRRS. And I just don't want them to have to wait a moment longer than necessary. So that's why I really support moving forward on this. I thank the officers for, I think the preferred option of chip that they put in front of us is a good one, where it gives the chip the ability to deliver a lot of the services and major maintenance and all of those things, but we keep the assets currently within council and just lease them. So I think it's a great option that they've put in front of us. Setting it up as a charitable trust where we'd be able to, you know, manage these housing with different parts of our community, which would be a great opportunity. And as much as we don't want necessarily to have to transfer city housing over to a chip, it's happened in Christchurch and Auckland, and it's been fine. You know, when I speak to councillors from both of those councils, they're like, why haven't you done this already? It's been fine. Now, obviously, we want council to continue to have a much more direct role in city housing, but a chip will continue to provide good services to our tenants and make sure that they are looked after, which is the priority for everyone. So thank you very much to everybody who's working on this stream. We really appreciate you, and you know, we're going to really look forward to the advocacy directly from the community, from the tenants to government, to on their own behalf to try and get access to IRRS. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Rush.
Well, it's a topsy-turvy world when the trade unions come to me to lobby the Labour government on their behalf, but nevertheless, I'm up for it. So I think the officer's done a great job. We've got some options there. It is very much a mirror of the three waters in some ways. The status quo is not sustainable. We are constrained by our own legislation about borrowing against our assets, and I believe that moving the assets to a chip does resolve that particular issue. So I'm looking forward to seeing the community feedback. I do think that I'd like to really, as Councillor Pennant might say, explore the other alternatives as well in order to give us a sustainable footprint in the social housing market. I do think that the role of a city is to provide housing for its people, and that's all its people too. And I think there's definitely a role that council needs to stay involved in social housing.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you, and I will remember this time to thank the officers for their work, because there's been a lot of work. Thank you, Catherine, in particular. I know that because we've had you on the job, we've made good progress on this. For me, it's about clarity. And that's why I'm pleased that we've got the amendments down to just a bare minimum, because I think the paper's been put together with certain, and it's actually providing clarity. For the first time in a long time, I feel like we know how we're going to go ahead. For me, it is about getting the IRRS for our tenants, and as soon as possible. And I think all our energies need to go into that, whether it's through us continuing to run the model we've been running, or whether it's through a different model. That's the priority now. The quick transfer of our tenants being able to access IRRS, preferably without having to wait to change tenancies to do that. I think that's where our advocacy needs to go. I'm really heartened that we have so many passionate tenants that want to speak up about this issue, because I think, you know, they have the voice and the influence and the pathos and the emotion behind it, which we can never put there, to make the powers that be realise how serious an issue this is. It is an issue of justice, an issue of discrimination, as Kate said. When you've got neighbours who are getting different rents and therefore have much different spending abilities, and imagine children in those families not understanding that. You know, this is creating a lot of inequities in society when some people are able to get this benefit and others are just not. Our social housing portfolio has been such a source of pride for us as a city. You know, we've seen it lift into, we've got some amazing provisions now, and I know not all of it's lifted to the same standard, but what we have done is amazing, and we can, you know, we don't have to lose sight of that pride. If it does have to go into a chip and we still own it, we can feel very proud of what we transferred into that chip, and it's still there for Wellingtonians to live in, regardless of how it's managed. And if that means that they can get more value and services are more available to them, then I think really we have to be prepared to let go of some of that control to let the greater good prevail. So it's a hard thing for me to say, because my gut feeling is I want to keep it. I want to keep it. I want council to be managing it. And that is one of the roads we're going to try and pursue. But at the end of the day, I'm pleased we've got a pathway forward. Parallel pathway, but it's a pathway. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons, you might want to push mute. Liz.
Kia ora, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the officers for this paper and the amount of clarity that there is in there, the amount of options that have been covered, and the amount of work that has gone into preparing this paper, and also to the councillors and our mayor, who has been involved in the behind the scenes discussions with government and with the powers that be to bring this paper here. I just wanted to say too, I'm really glad that you talked about pride, Deputy Mayor Free, because in the short time that I've been on this council, I think that this council, Wellington City Council, can be very proud of the decisions that have been made here in the past, and the things that we're looking at doing, and the vision of your predecessors. Because I think Wellington City Council has always demonstrated a commitment to housing, and that's clear in the very fact that Wellington City Council was the second biggest social housing provider in New Zealand, second to Kāinga Ora. They own over 3,000 homes, and so I think that commitment to housing has always been there, and I am really assured and confident that that commitment now to provide quality housing at affordable rentals is there as well, and this paper is a way that it's looking at achieving that outcome. I appreciate the time that the tenants and the various speakers have made to come in and make their presentations to council, and I understand that there's a number of people from other organisations that are listening in. So that this really is a political issue, Councillor Pennant, and appreciate your efforts to try and get your concerns across. But I do think that the paper that's before us is really well written. And the most clearest thing that we need is that the officers need some guidance and a direct decision for them to be able to further this. Because my understanding is that if we don't make this decision today, it will be too late to go out to consultation, and by 2023, we'll be in the poo if we don't make a decision, because we need to address this. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about a chip and the ability to get the subsidies, the IRRS subsidies. I have been working in a chip and progressed the organisation that I work for to become a chip. And I can tell you that it is not about privatisation at all. It's about being able to provide housing to the community that's affordable. But the model is a win-win for everybody. We're a small organisation that I work for, and initially our first investment was buying 4 houses, but because of the subsidies, we're now able to go and build another 34 houses. And that's as a direct consequence of being able to have our houses rental at market rent. So we get that guaranteed rental income, but our tenants are only paying 25% of the income. So it's affordable for them. It's a win-win. And that difference that we receive and guaranteed funding from the government is what has allowed us to now go and build these extra homes, which is now making it possible for more people to be able to live in affordable homes and modern homes. It's really an exciting time and a very stressful time, I suppose, when we really have a housing crisis at the moment. So we need to be looking at so many options, and this paper that the officers has put before us is doing that. And I love that they're looking at some other parallel options, and particularly the mixed housing models, because that's something that I fully support. We don't want to, and previous governments have built houses and put all the poor people all in one place, and all they did was create a ghetto. And we've seen that all over the world, London, Dublin, places that I've lived in. But when we have a mixed model, then your neighbours, your friends, they become your friends. You all then police what your properties look like and how they're upkept. But it's just a much better way to live as well. So the mixed model is something that I really support, and even though I want to put on the table as another option for our officers to look at is that what about rent to own? Is that an option that we can put out there? So that might confuse you or put something else there. But that's something that I believe when people own their own house, then the world's their oyster, and they can do whatever they like. It does concern me a little bit about the amendment, or maybe that's been taken out now, but there was an amendment about a substantial report coming back to council. And if that is still in there, well, I'm not going to support that, because I believe that the information that the officers give us in our papers is very comprehensive. And we pay our officers to do a job, and they do it well. So while we should be questioning and making sure that our concerns are all there, I don't believe that we should be writing the papers. And so I just want to end with thanking the officers, thanking the councillors, and thanking the mayor for their efforts to make this a win-win solution for our city, and particularly just hang in there, our tenants. Life is going to get better, and it's really pleasing to hear from the team that are building relationships with the existing tenants. So that's what the world's about, eh? He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Looks like we're nearly there. Councillor O'Neill, is your hand up, or are you, because you did speak before, so you.
Sorry, I forgot that this amendment was added to the paper. Never mind.
Yes, yeah, that's cool. Thank you. So now we'll go to right of reply, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Sorry, Jill, did that then just get accepted by the Mayor? Because I did just want to make 2 more points then.
When we came back, we agreed with the leave of the meeting that we would accept that amendment.
Sorry, could I just say 2 more things quickly?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Look, colleagues, when I'm thinking clearly, I like to try and be constructive, but I guess I feel deeply disappointed that in spite of this being a Labour town, in spite of there being representation, we are not getting what we've now asked for a number of years, and that was part of, a package of reforms, all the hangover from the 80s and the 90s, where it was seen to be a bad thing to support public provision of housing and other provision of goods. So I guess I hope that this Labour government will listen, this Labour majority government will listen and just see that it is the right thing to do to give this subsidy. It is not a lot of money in the scheme of things. And that I just hope we don't have to keep begging for it, because I just think that's pretty core. And then the other thing is that I just want to respond that, look, Liz Kelly, your points were noted, and I think that's helpful in terms of your experience for CHIP. But we are seeing a great deal of a loss of assets, and I just think it's important that we actually have a discussion about that, and that I'm surprised that more people are not concerned about this, because this is a part, the local government is a part of our democratic infrastructure. So I think it is time that we have a discussion about whether actually local government should have much asset at all, and then if we do have assets, what do we do? And I think that would be a helpful thing. And I'm just obviously I will be voting against 12. In fact, I may vote against quite a number of bits of the paper, because I just am so uncomfortable with the fact that this has gone so far down the CHIP route, even though it said that there's 2 pathways. And I don't like to vote against lots of things, but I just don't feel confident that we are looking at the broader picture around our role in the city. Kia ora.
Sorry, actually, Jill, am I able to speak again because it's a committee?
Yes, yeah, sure.
Cool. Thank you, and I wanted to thank Iona Pennant for bringing that amendment and the lead of the meeting for accepting that in. Just off camera, I have a series of hot glue gun craft projects that I'm bringing into the City Mission tomorrow, where we have our weekly councillor drop-in session chaired by Don McDonald, who you will all be familiar with. And in that discussion, we do talk about things like 3 waters, income-related rent subsidies, and various updates. So I do hope that when I look at the newspaper tomorrow, and I will be very chuffed to give the update that most of the councillors around this table, if not all, see the value in an income-related rent subsidy, and that we will be able to take that message back to them. I'd also just like to note how awesome it's been to have this council united on housing, and I hope that this is a particular issue given the amount of consultation and stress caused with our housing tenants, that we will be able to reassure them in that, and hopefully, people that came and submitted to us this morning will be able to support this as well.
Kia ora. And I'm just going to quickly say, because I just want to respond to the comments that you made, Iona, about loss of assets, and I want to really reiterate that today I do not believe I am voting on selling any of our council assets. That is not what I am agreeing to, and that's not what's in the recommendation. So I just want to make it really clear for everybody that is not what I am voting for, and I will certainly not be voting for that in the future, and that the recommendations are not suggesting anything of the sort. So Councillor Fitzsimons, over to you for right of reply.
Well, thank you. And I just want to start by genuinely acknowledging and thanking all councillors who have contributed to this debate. I want to also acknowledge that it's a hard debate, and these are really hard issues. And they're hard issues because we all really care. And there is united support around this council table for the provision of social housing by the council. And that's a really lovely thing, and a very important vote of confidence in the provision of city housing, but also in making sure that Wellington is an inclusive city. And I guess I want to acknowledge what the Mayor said. I thought it was quite sweet when he said that he was proud of us. And it was sort of like he was like our dad or something. But I guess that I kind of feel that a little bit too. Like I feel really pleased that we've all been able to come to this discussion and talk about the importance of the delivery of social housing and have quite what I think are quite responsible conversations about its future. And I guess I did just want to pick up Deputy Mayor Free's point around the pride that Wellingtonians have in social housing. And I think that that pride is across the political spectrum. I think it's not just something that sort of with, the trade union movement or with the traditional allies of the left. Actually, some of my most right-wing friends, and yes, I do have some, are very strong supporters of social housing and very strong supporters of it being right in the central city where it is located now. But our responsibility is making sure that that can continue on into the future. And I want to also agree with what Councillor Day said. I'm absolutely committed to public ownership of public housing. And that is an absolute, it runs deep in me. It's so important. And I think the decisions we're making today are to help that happen. And I guess I want to say to those who share the anxieties I have about community housing providers is that regardless of how they came about, they are doing some good now. And this might be a model that actually could work for our council. It might not be, and we'll find that out, but it actually could offer us the kind of security and financial sustainability that we need to make sure we carry on with this provision and grow it. And I guess I just urge people to be a bit cautious when talking about community housing providers and just be careful not to demonise them, because we may end up here and we may have tenants that end up here. And if we send a message that they are a dangerous thing or are likely to kick people out, none of which are necessarily true, we actually cause real harm and real anxiety in the community. And I remember one of the first briefings I had when I got the city housing portfolio was a briefing about how to be really careful about how you talk about city housing. And it was particularly in relation to rents, because we are dealing with very, very vulnerable people. And you just have to be so careful with the messages that you send and what you say. And I've always been very conscious of that briefing that I got and the language that I use. So, I absolutely accept everybody is able to go and run campaigns. And, I'm probably going to be supporting most of them. I just guess I would say do it with caution and care, because we need city housing to operate and we need the people in it to feel supported and valued, and that we've got their best interests at heart. And I think this paper hopefully takes us a step in that direction. Thank you.
Kia ora. So now that we've got the motions being moved and seconded, I now put that to the vote. Please vote accordingly.
I did ask for some to be taken separately.
What would you like taken
Sorry. Obviously, I'd like 12 taken separately. Sorry, it was just complicated not having any written papers anymore. So
Chair, after the break, can we have a wharepaku break? It's been a little while since lunchtime. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's fair enough. Yeah,
Is there any chance of seeing 12?
Yeah, so 12 and 13 I want to vote against.
Sean, could you bring it up and show us what 12 and 13 are?
Someone that hands power to
Are any of our owners, they're in here.
And 17 as well, please.
So these were actually in the original substantive, so you can see that, and you were on diligent for councillors who are trying to keep up. It is what was there. So you want 12, 13 and 17 taken separately?
Yeah, thank you.
How about we do those first? Do you want them done as a block, or do you want each one individually?
I'm fine with them as a block, just depends if anyone else
How do
wants
other
to.
people feel? If we put 12, 13 and 17 together, is everyone comfortable with that?
As long as we can see them on the screen when we're voting.
Well, you won't necessarily be able to see them all at once, Councillor Young, but you have seen these because this is a substantive. So
okay. So it's it's 12,
13 and 17.
Thank you.
So this hasn't changed. This is just for people who want those from the original. So is there anyone have a problem with doing 12, 13, 17 together? Otherwise, that's what we will do. And so please vote accordingly on 12, 13 and 17.
That is carried with 15 votes in favour and 1 against.
Great. Okay, thank you. So it's carried. And so now we will vote on the remainder. So please vote accordingly.
That is carried unanimously.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to have a 5-minute wharepaku break. So I'll see you back here, we'll say at 2:40.
Thank you, Chair. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Good job, Jill.
Just get people to turn their cameras on so I know that we've got a quorum. Looks like we're there now. Fantastic, we've got a quorum, we can get back underway. So we'll reconvene the meeting now. And so we're going to move on to item 2.3, which is the economic wellbeing strategy, the engagement approach. So I'd like to now invite officers Kieran Merriman and Baz Kaufman to introduce the paper and answer any questions. So over to you.
Thank you, Councillor. So this paper provides an overview of the economic wellbeing strategy, so the approach that we're taking and the outcomes that we will be looking for. But it's just a skeleton that has been drawn up by utilising feedback from engagement over the last 12 months or so to enable us to have some bones that we can then go back out and do some co-creation with. So the main purpose of this paper is to seek agreement around the co-creation approach to moving this strategy forward.
Fantastic, thank you. Councillors, are there any partai for this paper? Looks like that's a no. Fantastic. Thank you. So I'm going to move the motion for this paper, and I understand Councillor Young will second. So I'll just speak very briefly because I think this paper speaks very well for itself. But I just want to thank the work of officers. You know, this has been underway for quite some time, and I want to thank the inputs of everybody along the way. And I want to acknowledge, Kieran, that you've come and picked this up and have really listened and heard from what's been drawn in previously and put that forward. So thank you, Baz, for keeping this one going. And I really want to acknowledge that your willingness as a team to co-create this with the community. That's really fantastic and not an easy thing to do, as is acknowledged in the paper, particularly also given the current context that we're in, where people are you know, trying to figure out what the new normal is, and you know, when we will actually really understand what that is. But I think actually co-creation is really important so that we hear from all parts of the community, and the paper is very reassuring in the fact that you're going to be going far and wide to get a variety of voices, which I think is really important. And I'm really pleased to see the inclusion of the mahi that Te Mataroa Māui have done, that you'll be you know, building off that, and you know, a lot of work's gone in behind that, so it's really great to see that included. And I'm really looking forward to hearing what the community has to say. I've heard all sorts of people's inputs along the way, and I think there's some really exciting opportunities for Te Whanganui-a-Tara to step into an economic wellbeing future that does look different to where we've come from, and that's an exciting time, and it provides lots of opportunities for our communities to realise some new opportunities. And really awesome to see you know, the inclusion of looking at circular economy and what that could mean for us, and you know, seeing us move forward as a sustainable city. It's fantastic. Right, over to you, Councillor Young.
So thank you. I also won't speak for very long. We've had quite an endurance test this morning. You'll notice I was very quiet so that I didn't drag it out even further. So yes, like Councillor Day, I'd like to thank the officers for all their work. This is an incredibly important thing for our city. And of course, I am a Lambton Ward councillor for at least the next 365 and a half days. And so I'm very aware of what is happening in the heart of our city. All is not well in our CBD, and companies are downsizing. And when you walk through the city, you'll see there are empty shops, there are empty cafes. I know the ones that are still operating are full at the weekends, but they're not full during the week. And this will have a ripple effect across the city, coupled with people's rates, which is our responsibility to set, and insurance, which we don't have any responsibility for, and parking, which we do. And the fact that we have increased the parking hours and the costs will have a really big effect on our city's economy. We just haven't seen it yet. And that is a lever over which the council has full control. However, the council is addressing it through the strategy, which will pull out some of those factors. And hopefully we may have to change, hopefully you will have to change your mind about some of the issues. I'm thinking of parking in particular. It's great that we're going to be working with our business community, with our whole community, because our economy affects every single person of every age in the city. So I have great pleasure in seconding this paper.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvin.
Thank you. And as somebody who's been working with a lot of various business groups for close on 2 years to get to the stage, it's really good to see that we can take it the next stage. And I just want to give a shout out to those sector leaders and sector participants who have helped shape this so far. So in particular, our digital tech industry, young professionals made up of accounting, engineering, and legal firms, a range of business leaders, hospitality, retail, and yes, and many more. And I think the things that have come out of this is that we've heard very strongly housing is really important. And we've heard very strongly about the ethics of doing business and making sure that everything, we do support ethical and the circular economy. And so one thing that has come back from to date is that what they do want to see is that whatever we end up with does have a clear action plan with clear deliverables, accountabilities and time frames in place, which might seem which we don't often have all the time with some of our strategies. So it'll be good to see that. And so, yes, so look, I think we now need to go and circulate this more, get further feedback, and as it's been defined as a co-create. But I think the other important feedback that's coming through is, especially from the business community, is that COVID. And that's one thing that we need to make sure that we don't forget about COVID, the changing environment, because it is changing. It's changing from week to week at the moment, or day to day. So businesses have said, look, we know you need a long-term strategy, but we also want to see what are you going to deliver for us in 2, 5, and 10 years' time. So I'm really supportive of this going out for more feedback from a broader range of people. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora. And Councillor Calvert, I'd just like to start with you. Thank you so much for talking about the need for ethics, because I think what the good thing about this paper is that it's starting to bring a much broader environmental and social focus to our environmental economic management, which is a huge step. So from my perspective, climate change is in large caused by a capitalist economy. It's not the only thing, but if we are going to meet that challenge, and we must, otherwise the consequences will be devastating, we are going to have to change the way we do, way we buy, the way we produce services and goods. And it's going to need to be a very fundamental change. And obviously some businesses are on that journey, which is fantastic. And look, I was seeing whether an amendment was needed, but I think officers gave me satisfaction that that wasn't needed. But I did feel there was a disconnect between the values and the outcomes. For me, a key outcome will be an improved environment, and that's kind of not reflected there. But they told me two things. One is that it was just for it was just there as a sort of a starting point. It's not the full strategy, and that the principles are supposed to flow right throughout every outcome. But I will be looking at that because it's absolutely critical if we are to meet the challenge of climate change, whilst of course meeting everyone's basic needs. Kia ora. And thank you very much for the officers, because it is a big step change, and that's great to see.
Councillor Phone.
Kia ora, I'll keep it brief as well, but I do really want to thank the officers for all the work that's gone into this. And essentially, nearly, we are taking a blank sheet of paper out to our community to say, what is it to you? And this is a very a brave process to go through in co-creating what we're going to get out of this. So I think that the business community, if they have time, will be so appreciative of the co-creation opportunity. And of course, as we've seen with the other ways we've done this, that we're getting more buy-in and more engagement, and actually that our business community can be part of making sure their view or what they see every day is lined up with our excellent outcomes. And maybe there might be more outcomes or different outcomes, but it's I think we can be really proud, and I really thank you. This would have been enlightening 10 years ago coming from Wellington City Council. So I really want you to know that this is such an exciting process for our business community. I think you bang on with the trends and the strengths and the challenges, and it's really useful seeing it outlined like that. But actually, I think we need to focus on those strengths and opportunities, because out of that will come, the key points of difference for Wellington that we really need to drive our city forward. And then also, I do want to acknowledge the time that we are at the moment, and how hard it is for businesses, and how vulnerable they are and how they are feeling. And this is something that is really hard to bring up here today, but in 2013 I had a business that I'd given more to, nearly more than my family, my children. We called it the third child because it was actually more demanding, and through various circumstances I had to go through closing that business down, and it's been one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. And it was at a time where John Key, funny he's come up a bit today, came out with the phrase, Wellington is dead. And it really felt like that at that time. It felt like people were walking around with a brown paper bag over their head, the shops were empty. And that is actually how the Urban Dream brokerage got formed, because we needed a way to find ways to fill the shops and bring life to the city. So why I'm saying this, telling you the story, is that I thought Wellington was gone, it was dead, and we had to go with it. And Wellington bounced back. And then we had an earthquake, and the city emptied out, and we were told we couldn't come back in. And then we did, and the city has bounced back. So I don't know what the outcome is going to be post-COVID, but what we do need is a strong vision forward, and that council is doing everything we can to support our business community. That's what you want to know when you're in business. So thank you again, officers, for this. I think this is showing that we are doing that, and I'm really proud of your work, and I'm proud of Wellington City for delivering this to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Thank you. I just want to say a few words if I could. First one, I'm really excited that we finally got to this point. It's been a long time coming for a number of different reasons. I really wanted to, but I do think it's much the richer as a result. It's not what's necessarily right in front of us, but it's what I know lies behind it, what I know that we are now aware of as an organisation. There's been a lot of work done by officers. I really want to thank Baz, Karen, before that Erica, Sean O'Dane has been involved in this as well, and also John Allen for the work that he and Wellington NZ have put into it so far. And there's a lot more to come. What we've got, Councillor Foon, you said it's a blank sheet of paper. While it might be a blank sheet of paper, we know that there's a lot there and behind this, and there's been an enormous number of discussions which have gone on over the last 2 years. A lot of sector group meetings, a lot of socialising. We've been starting socialising the concepts behind this with the business community over the last few weeks. We've had lots of individual meetings. In fact, I'd say there wouldn't be a week that goes by that I don't have at least 1 or 2 meetings with some part of the sector, which is directly related to what can we do economically to make Wellington sing. I think for me, I just want to highlight 5 key themes very quickly. The first one of them is that we asked business, and it was after the last lockdown, or well after the last lockdown, but during last year, should we be focusing on recovery from COVID, in other words, the short term, or should we be thinking about the long term? And the very, very strong message is that although recovery from COVID was really, really important, that we must be thinking about the long term. They did not want an economic strategy which was just focused on 6 months, 12 months, whatever. They wanted something which was reaching out into the future of the city and what it's going to look like in 5, 10, 20 years' time. The second one of those is and you can really see this in the title, an economic wellbeing strategy, taking a holistic approach. That the economy doesn't stand on its own, that it's absolutely integrated with everything else that we do. You know, housing, how we get around in terms of transport, the livability of our city, our education system, the quality of our education system, the quality of our infrastructure. Every single thing has an economic component to it, and the economy is set through everything else. So that holistic approach is really important. The third, it's a strategy across every part of the economy, not just what councils is responsible for. So there'll be stuff that we do, but there'll be things which the private sector does that maybe we can be an advocate for, an encourager for, maybe smooth the path for. So it's holistic in that way. The fourth one is this desire to co-create. And I think we saw with Ahutini what a compelling response we got from the arts and culture sector. And, which is marvellous to have all the sector leaders, supporting us virtually in our final meeting there. So the reality is we don't know everything that business knows. We don't know we're not standing in their shoes all the time. We need their input into this to help form a really good strategy. And the final one is just what really has come through time and time again is we've got some really special things about our city, some really special opportunities. They're hinted at in the paper we've got in front of us. We've got the most educated population in the country. We've got a massively creative population. We've got a lifestyle which regularly puts Wellington at the top of the tree internationally. We've got all that we can do with being a capital city. We're a diverse and inclusive community. We just talked about that in the last paper we've just done. We've compact, low carbon city. We have had the best central city in the country, and we've got to make sure we keep that and support that. And I know that there's going to be a lot of really specific actions which are going to come through. We've heard lots of those, and they will come through the strategy in terms of the things which we can act. So really excited to be at this point, looking forward to the co-creation, and thanks, councillors, for your support today.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'd just like to endorse the co-creation bit that the Mayor's just outlined. I think that's key to this strategy being successful. I really do. I think that the paper's a really good paper, and I commend officers for the work that they've done in putting this together. And I also think that what we need to do is to do this together. The co-creation bit can't just be in a paper. It has to be a real thing which builds trust and confidence. So that's a really important point that I want to make. I'd like to thank Councillor Foon for giving me the shivers again as to what you go through within business. I had that situation occur in 2013 and 2016 and last year in 2020 after COVID, where I had to let people go, and we had to restructure our business, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. So I sympathise with all the Wellingtonians that are going through various different business scenarios with their business models around town currently, because any good business will be doing that at the moment. I'd also like to thank Councillor Calvert for her relentlessness and pushing the economic growth side of things from the front, but also Councillor Young from, believe it or not, more quietly and from behind the scenes, because I know that you're very linked in with the business community, and if business and the economy doesn't have its champions, it's not going to succeed. Again, Mayor Andy, I know it's been a tough time as far as the economy's been concerned, and I know that your door's been open. So let's get on with this wellbeing strategy, and let's make it work.
Kia ora. Well, we've had more than 3 speakers for, and I can't see any others lining up, and I don't have a right of reply because I think everybody's spoken really well. So I'm going to put that to the vote now. Please vote.
That's carried unanimously.
Hey.
Fantastic, thank you. So now we're going to move on to item 2.1. I'll just check with Sean if we have the staff here for this paper, because obviously I can see the switching over happening. I think, are they there, James?
Yeah, they're here. Something's happened to my screen, so I can't see anything except blackness, but I'm assuming you can see me and hear me?
We can see you. Sorry,
Okay.
you're having that happen. So I'm now going to hand over to you guys. I understand Kate Brown and Sarah Jane Still are there to introduce this paper. So this is the Reserves Act 1977 Stormwater Attenuation Easement 33 Ladbrooke Drive, Newlands, so the Waihinahina Park. So over to you for an introduction and then questions.
Okay, yeah, hi, my name is Kate Brown. I'm the Reserves Planner in the Parks, Sport and Recreation Department of Council, and Sarah Jane Still is here from the Property Department, and John Behrens and Robert Hon from Waste Operations team. So while I take the report as read, I did want to just in my introduction just talk about the purpose of the report, which is covering off on the Reserves Act component of this proposal for allowing the stormwater attenuation ponds to be located on reserve land. So what it means that is if the proposal is granted or an easement is granted through this report and further public notification and community consultation, that will be the Reserves Act piece for the easement for the landowner approval. The proposal then will proceed to be developed up further in terms of detailed design and documentation, and then it will require further approvals from Wellington Water Limited, from Waste Operations, from Parks, Sport and Recreation, resource consents from Wellington City Council and from Greater Wellington Regional Council. So there are a whole lot more hurdles for this to get through, and those hurdles will be around, will address a lot of the technical bits and pieces. So we're just really understanding, is this something that officers have enough information to recommend that this should proceed along the developing more plans. So we feel comfortable with the level of information to date to be able to recommend that to you, but there is more work that does need to be done on the detailed design. Yeah.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. So can I think I'm understanding right that most of the community engagement at this point has been with Ngā Hauiwha or Papararangi, the marae?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And because obviously there's other local community groups who have sort of been involved with the park, which that I've got an amendment proposed to do some work with them. And I understand that you're comfortable with that, with those amendments?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And just a question around the ponds. Will there be a bit of a safety audit done, I guess, around the fact that, by creating ponds, there could be challenges, with, I guess, people and dogs around there, and how we make sure that people are safe?
Yes, that will definitely be part of assessment of any further detailed plans, most definitely. Yeah, because it'll be that the thing with this is that there will be more people as well visiting that part of the park, because there is more recreational pathways and seating in that part of the park. So it's actually going to activate this part of the park. So yeah, making sure that the all aspects of the ponds and landscaping are safe for the users, including dogs. Yeah, will be part of that assessment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sparrow.
Yep, thank you. Just a question. In point number 51, it says if the proposal provides significant cost benefits in favour of Woodridge Homes Limited through enabling land to be developed, then financial or in-kind betterment compensation will be negotiated. Now, to what degree will that be actually followed through on? I mean, will we play hardball if we need to? Because often developers seem to, well, we sometimes include wording like this and don't necessarily follow through on it, is what I suspect. Can you assure me that this will be enacted if necessary?
Yeah, definitely, Councillor Sparrow. We will definitely follow through on. It really depends, like Kate said, there's a lot of work to be done in detailed design, and that may or may not include attenuation ponds up on the Woodridge subdivision itself. So until we know that, we can't do a full cost benefit analysis. But I also understand that this particular developer does do its developments rather well. So when you say play hardball, it's probably not quite the word I would have chosen, but definitely we need to look at the cost benefit. And if there is, you know, and assess that and address it at the time.
Yeah, well, perhaps instead of saying hardball, I should have said that we don't roll over and let them scratch our tummy, so to speak. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Appropriate, given it's a dog park.
For Councillor Sparrow. So I'm just trying to get my head around this. So basically, at the moment, there is a stream there, but presumably it's not a natural stream because of the landfill there, and that would be replaced under this model with essentially a new stream with a set of ponds. Is that the guts of the proposal?
Yeah, so the stream, there is a stream there now. That stream is not in its natural bed. So it used to flow down the bottom of the gully, and the gully is now was then became a landfill. So yeah, the stream is being channeled around the outside of the landfill caps, on the edge of the landfill cap. The proposal is the stream will be that portion of the stream will be piped so that the stream continues to flow through around the rest of that the stream channel. When in rain events, what will happen is that the additional water will be attenuated in the ponds, which will be planted up, so they'll look like wetlands. So the water will be attenuated, so it will collect on that sort of that wider area either side of the stream, which will be piped, and then that water will slowly be released back into the stream as it continues around the rest of the landfill cap. So it is just reducing the volume and filtering the stormwater runoff before it all joins back in together in the stream. Yes, it is a bit complicated, but does that help?
Yeah, I hadn't read that we were actually going to pipe the stream, even though the stream's not actually a natural stream at the moment. I don't know what it looks like. So from our perspective, the benefit is that we get some improved habitat. It's the wetland habitat. We reduce the likelihood of leachate into the landfill. And you think even though it's taking up obviously a reasonably considerable amount of space, that it's actually going to enhance recreation values.
Yeah, so that so it'll enhance the visual amenity of that piece of the reserve through the planting there. And then in terms of the recreational values, there's associated landscaping with paths and seating.
Yeah, okay. So two last things then. So was there any reason that we can't retain an above ground stream, even if it's not the natural stream, but create an above ground stream as part of this with the water water attenuation ponds? And so it's the first one, and then the second one's about Woodridge.
Yeah, so that is not what the proposed. Yeah, so the proposal is to pipe through the wetland, the stream, so that it can be a continuous flow. I mean, we can go back to them and say, can you have an open pipe or something that has that function but is open?
The reason I ask that is that normally and I know this is not a natural stream, but normally we do everything we possibly can to keep streams and to daylight them. So it seems that I would have thought that might be a downside of the proposal as it stands. The other one is just the benefit for Woodridge. So Woodridge effectively get almost 3,500 square metres of developable land, which they currently can't develop if they have to put the attenuation ponds on their own site.
So that's not confirmed. So they still, Woodridge still need to work out whether they are going to actually need some of that 3,400 square metres, whatever it is. They may still need that land to attenuate water as well. And remembering that the amount of water that has to be attenuated has increased.
So the point I'm asking, sorry, this is the last question. The point I'm asking is that what 29 says is that the land area for the consented attenuation ponds is 3,430 square metres. That's quite a lot. That's very valuable. So the betterment to Woodridge should be significant.
Potentially, but they may need to continue. They may need to continue to use all or some of that land to attenuate, so they won't be able to use that to develop for housing. So it's just an unknown at this moment in time. But there is potential that it will free up that land to be developed.
So I guess the obvious question then is, it sounds like there's so many uncertainties. I question why you brought it to this point.
Sorry, Andy. Mayor, sorry. Could you repeat that, please?
Well, it just seems like there's a lot of uncertainties, particularly in terms of what the betterment might be that Woodridge get, and therefore any compensation that we get is completely unknown at this stage.
Yes, that is correct. It is completely unknown, which is why we have said, look, we will do it when there is more certainty. Do have those betterment conversations, and but yeah, we haven't been able to have those conversations to date because of the uncertainties.
Yeah, so, but you're going to bring back to us all the submissions, the recommendation to uphold objections, but not in 3. You've delegated to the Chief Executive Officer all necessary powers to negotiate and finalise the terms of the easement and compensation. It seems a slight dichotomy to me. Okay.
So we're required to bring back to you any if anybody objects. So we're going to do the consultation. If there are sustained objections that can't be resolved, we will bring another paper to you for your decision, so you can consider those things. In terms of the committee in terms of the betterment, what would be normal practice property?
I think it's more than, and Mayor Foster, there's a lot more at play than just the betterment and the amount of sections that might be freed up at the end of this process. So the developers aren't going to do a fully detailed design if they don't have certainty around the fact that the public support attenuation ponds on the reserve. So until we go through that process, they won't be able to complete the work that they need to do to fully satisfy PSR, Wellington Water Limited, and Wellington City Council and the public. So it's a chicken and egg situation.
I was going to say that, yeah.
In that respect, so it's not really it's an unintended dichotomy.
Okay, look, yes, I'm not feeling wildly comfortable, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. You're on mute.
Hey, thanks very much. After spending a lot of time talking about water sensitive urban design and wetlands in the Whaitoa Committee, I'm absolutely delighted to see this paper come to us. I just did wonder, I know that the Greater Wellington Regional Council put some effort into producing a wetland and that was described as a carbon sink. I was just wondering if this project might also act in that way. You don't have to answer that now.
We'll come back to you on that one, Councillor. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
So I've just got a quick question around environmental protection, because I understand that there has to be a lot of earth movement done to sort the contours of the land for this. What sort of actions will be put in place, I guess, to protect the environment? Like there's obviously there's some non-frog species there. They might not be native, but there are some there, and possibly lizards, but also some of the planting that's still, I guess, reasonably new. I understand quite a bit of that will have to be removed for that. So what sort of protections will the process have for the environment?
So there will be resource consents from Wellington City Council and Greater Wellington, and then the parks will need to provide permits as well. We've got, obviously, parks has got the urban ecologist, so we will make sure that they are looking carefully at the proposal, the works, and the reinstatement, which will include all of those things. And I guess because it's got to go through so many different hoops with so many different people, everybody's got different areas of specialty, which I think is a good thing, all the overlaps.
Great, thank you. I think that's all the questions we've got now. So thank you to the officers who have answered our questions, and we will now move into debating the paper. So I'm going to move the motion and just speak very briefly. As you'll see, I've added a couple of new recommendations in there, which are really, I guess, they've come from the community, just as a request to make sure that whatever we do there, we are thinking about the experience for dogs and people who take their dogs there, and how the park will work, because it is a really great big area where people do enjoy taking their dogs. So that's really just to, we've got the dog working group, which Councillor Sparrow is centrally involved in, and I think this would be a really good opportunity for the dog working group to look at how we can make sure that that space is even better than it is now. And after hearing from officers, I can hear that there's some really good opportunity to be able to really improve that site. But there are some issues at the moment. There's water that is contaminated, which is not great for dogs to be playing in. People are a bit apprehensive about how to interact with that space. So this should provide some real improvement. And then the other one that has been added is around community engagement. So really pleased that council's engaged with Ngā Haue Whāo Papararangi. That's really important, because obviously the pāhara keke down there is an important part of the park. But there's been a lot of work done by the likes of Woodridge Planters. They've planted thousands of plants in there, and not that long ago, Peter Gilbert was hand boring holes and putting in thousands of plant species, and it's quite hard to watch the work that you've done, and just about breaking your back over being pulled out. And I think actually they've learned a lot about the natural environment there. Peter was talking to me about animals that are down there, but also the types of plants that have been successful there. And I think it's really important that council engages with that and learns from it. And there's some species that are doing really well down there, and we should be working with the things that do work and maybe not trying to push the ones that don't work. But I want to acknowledge the work that's been done there by the community, and that we need to make sure this process is about enhancing the environment and making sure that the community come along with us. And I've spoken with officers, they think that's a completely reasonable process to go through to make sure that this park is even better than it is now. And clearly at the moment we've got some issues with the water that's around there and the fact that it is seeping into the landfill. So this actually does stand to improve the environment in this area a lot, and it's great to hear Councillor Rush getting excited about the fact that we're actually achieving some things under that the Whaitoa have identified. So that's really, really exciting. And Councillor Sparrow, I think Councillor Sparrow might have had to go. He said he had to leave at 3. He was going to second it, but maybe Councillor Rush, you're going to second, are you? That would be great. Over to you.
I'm not going to say too much, so I just thought these moves well done. It's something that we're embedding in the district plan. We want to see less of relying on pipes and more reliance on the natural features of our planet. So I also support that.
Right, thank you. Councillor Phone. You're on mute.
I think we've been here too long. All I wanted to say was that I'm really excited to read this paper and to see that we are working with the community and a private business to really get a great outcome for the community and for the future. And the urban sense. The water sensitive urban design is such a critical thing for us going forward. And I thank Councillor Pennant for really, advocating for this in our long-term plan. But what I did want to bring up was that, yes, I do want to remember Peter Gilbeard. He is an amazing advocate for this area. And because of him, I've spent quite a bit of time in the space and have loved it. And I think it was one of the Million Metre Streams Project's first community project. So in Wellington, actually Tim Park put up his hand and helped us to get that partnership, and that project has since planted 83,308 metres of streams. So I'm just thrilled to see that this area is being loved even more, and look forward to seeing the next stages of the project. Thanks to all for working on it.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, very familiar with this project and this paper, and just super excited. Foon took all of my points, both extra points I was going to add. So yeah, just really commend this to the committee, and hopefully we can look to bring, in particular, really excited about wetlands because we don't have that many in Wellington, and trying to bring more and more of those in. So I'm super stoked that this is the way we're prioritising our parks and our budget.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, just picking up on the comments that Councillor Foon made about planting trees along streams. So if there's any chance of designing this so that we actually keep some stream above ground, I know it's not a natural stream, but we've done so much work in so many places to protect streams generally, and if we can daylight other streams, I'm all for doing that where it's possible. So if we can avoid putting the waterway underground here, and we can make that work from a landfill point of view, while having the attenuation ponds there, then let's please try and do that. So look, I know there's work to be done here. It feels like there's quite a lot of detail to go. So I'll be very interested in seeing how that's progressed. If we can get a great environmental and recreational outcome, that'd be a fantastic thing. So go to it.
Thank you. And I don't need a right of reply, so let's put it to the vote. You know how to vote.
That's carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. So now we're going to move on to item 2.4, which is the forward programme, and now I'd like to invite James Roberts to bring us the paper. There might be a couple of questions, who knows, but probably not. Oh, you're on mute, James.
Thank you. Happens to the best of us. Thank you, Chair. So the Forward program, just a couple of things to point out. Obviously, the next meeting is quite, there's a lot of content, so it's going to be done over 2 days. However, since this document was sent to you, we have decided to take the advisory group annual reports and work plans and the Tākina operating model out of committee and direct to council. The advisory group annual reports on the 25th of November and the Tākina operating model on the 28th of October. But otherwise, that is the forward program for the next 2 months. Any questions?
I do have a quick question. I think the other paper that's moving is the recommendation from the Grant Subcommittee, the Climate Change and Sustainability Fund. I think that was going to go to the Planning and Environment Committee. Was that correct?
Sean, are you there? Can you?
I am. Yes, it is. But there in its place will be a potential different recommendation from the Grant Subcommittee.
Okay. All right, but yeah, I was pretty sure that the climate change one was going to the Environment Committee. So just so people are aware, obviously we're just agreeing to the sort of overall thing, but just so to make people aware that those ones aren't coming to this committee, and we are trying to make sure that we are spreading the workload. So thank you, James, for doing that. Are there any other questions? No. Oh, Councillor Foon.
Yes. Will we survive? Okay, you don't have to answer.
It's a big question, Councillor.
Rebecca's showing us how we could survive. You can't vote yet because it's not on the table. Good try. Thank you, James. So what we need to do now is I'm going to move the motion and I need a seconder. So Councillor Deputy Mayor Free, thank you. And obviously it speaks for itself. I can't imagine there's any debate. There's people already voting. Thank you. We'll put it to the vote now.
That's carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 2.5, which is the actions tracking, and I'd like to invite James to introduce the paper and answer any questions.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the document has been updated to show the latest progress against the various different actions from this committee. We've made a note in the comment section against the various different items where we're at. You'll notice there's quite a few there that will be reported back to Pūroro in November. Also, item 2.3, the City Housing Financial Sustainability, item. The first two are notes, A and B are notes, C and D are complete, and then obviously E was a lot about what today, or a lot of that is about what today's paper was about. And then the next one, point number 2.3, 13 over the page, 13A, B, C and D is the report that we covered earlier on. And the only other thing I'd point out is just flipping over to 2.1 on page 82. Sorry, these numbers are a bit confusing, aren't they? They're all related back to the original points made, I think. So anyway, I'm looking at page 82, and there's a few there that are in progress, and we've tried to put an estimated completion date against those. So you'll see, for example, Wellington College Artificial Sports Field Partnership, estimated completion date is November, and that has carried on just to try and give everyone a little bit more certainty as to how progress is going. Any questions?
Can't see any. I think you've covered things off really well. Thank you. So I would like to move the motion. Can I have a seconder? I think Councillor Matthews, you have to second that. And so we'll now put that to the vote.
Just waiting on Councillor Foon. That's carried unanimously.
Well, thank you very much. Well, kua mutu i tēnei hui. We'll now do the closing karakia. I nui tātou. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te urutapu nui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te arataka tū. Koia rā I rongo, whakairia aki ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Ka kite. Thank you, everybody. Done a good job.
Thank you, Jill. Well done.
Got a good core team here.
Amazing chairing, Jill. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jill. And thanks, Sean, as well.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks, Sean.
Didn't do anything.